Okay.
Hello, everyone, or no one yet. I'm gonna stay on here and see if anyone comes, which not shocking if you guys don't, since I've flaked, but I had reason. Oh, and this just died or something happened. Ad block has been updated. Don't know what happened. Hang on, y'all.
Okay, I fixed it. I don't know what.
Oh, I'm gonna miss that fan going.
Okay. It's not dead.
Okay, so it's been going.
Yeah.
Okay. Someone popped up. Mary Jane Doe. Hey, what's up? I'm glad you came on here because I was like, I finally got through some things so that I could go live, and no one's here. No one believes that I'm actually going to follow through. Every time I've been about to go live, crazy stuff's happened. Or
She took a nap.
yeah, I did take a nap in preparation in case. How is it going? Yeah, I haven't been live in like a month. That's why I've been like trying to like push myself to do it, but we've had sickness and just like everything. Every time I try to make myself, because I can sing in front of anybody, like tons of people, but like to go live and it be more one on one, I have a lot of anxiety about it. I know it sounds crazy, but true. And so when I talk myself into it, usually then like right before it something happens or we're either sick or whatever. So I plan to, and then it never happens. But and then also like for a long time I would go live with Dave and it would make me less anxious to have someone already up with me. So when it's just me, I kind of have to tiptoe into it, I guess. But right now it's just me and you, and maybe somebody watching from the bushes. Oh, never mind, it's my daughter. So she's watching to be nice to give me a view.
No.
And Rapper, hey Rapper.
I'm not watching.
Wait, what'd you just put? Okay, that was rude, Rapper.
What did he say?
I don't know, but I would like to delete it. Can we do that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, delete it. Rapper's usually nice over here. I don't know what's going on with you, buddy.
Do we put him in timeout?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna make him mad, but like that was not nice, and he could be nice.
Rapper was banned. I just put him in timeout, brother. I don't want to be banned. Whatever. Let's be nice, guys. This isn't kindergarten.
Anyway, he usually is nice over here. I don't know what's going on with him. Oh, okay. I know he used to come over on Leanie's, and he was always nice over there, but I do know he's kind of up and down, so. Oh, okay. Okay, good. I don't know what happened once his banned because I was going to time him out, but.
I clicked timeout. I don't know why.
I don't know. Maybe we can undo here. Mess with my phone and see if you can undo the. I don't want him to be like super pissed, but yeah, the comment needed to go. I don't know what happened there.
He's being timed out for 300 seconds.
Oh, 300 seconds. He'll be back.
He'll be fine.
Yeah. Maybe he'll come back refreshed in a better
in 2 minutes.
But how are things going? Because I do, if I'm, like I said, I have to talk myself into going live, but I do skip around and watch lives from the bushes sometimes. And I've seen Leanie, she's got it going on, got her, what's it called, intro song, and got a lot of cute stuff going on over there. But I know you guys are involved over there. Like, she's got y'all's little mod song and stuff. It's cute. She kind of has the same, I guess, outlook as me. Is she's like, I would love to go over there and show support, but there's people over there that like could potentially cause problems, and that's why I put that in my title. Is I'm so done with the unnecessary drama because it doesn't have to be. Okay. Oh, it changed to a minute. If that's okay. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
The caption says no drama. Let's follow it.
Yeah, I did it because I like I said, I watch from the bushes sometimes if I'm like, yeah, I don't want to cause problems, but I do like the creator or whatever. And not Leanie's, but someone else's live I was watching because I've kind of just backed out from watching anybody like officially commenting and anything lately. And it was such a mess and it was hurting me because I wanted to jump in and take up for one of the people, but I knew it was just going to get messier and worse. So I didn't, and I hate myself kind of for it. Um, and it was awful. It was a train wreck. It was awful. And I was just like, I'm not, if I'm gonna talk myself into this, as much anxiety as I have, if that person comes in and starts with every person in my chat, then no. I'm finally gonna have to balls up, man up, and say no, not here. Because to me, people can, if you have your own page and you want to act like that, go for it. But don't come on other people's lives. And just because you don't like somebody or whatever, don't make trouble on other people's lives. You know what I'm saying? Like, just have a ball on your own live. If you want to just be rude and crazy and want to do it, do all of that. But don't come on someone else's and do it. I don't like being mean or confrontational. And I just prefer not have it. It's unnecessary. Rapper's usually cool with me though. He usually, like you said, he usually has a minute. He'll calm down because he comes to some of my karaoke channels and stuff like that. I don't think I've ever. I should have told him to sing sometime with me. He's never sang. I don't know if you're still here, Mary Jane, but I'm 100% fine with you being here and anyone else just because someone doesn't agree or whatever. Like I said, I've decided no longer am I going to just be like letting somebody come in and just make it a mess when it does not have to be. And it's taken me watching, like I said, watching from the bushes or what everyone says, of some other lives and just seeing how unnecessarily messy and rude and horrible it can be. Like I can continue to say unnecessarily, and I'm not talking about leanings. Y'all all seem to be very tight, get together along really well, and I like that. I just haven't. I don't want to get in there and mess things up for you guys, but I do watch. I think it's cool that she's got so many. Like I said, the song and her little caricature or cartoon thing, like she stepped it up on a new level. So I am think congratulations for her. She's doing good. And even if you had to go for a minute or whatever, if you ever just get on the topic, you can tell her I said that. I am very happy for her, and I can tell she's put a lot of work into it. And that you guys are all so tight over there. That's awesome that y'all have been able to stick together through a lot of crazy shit. And I've just kind of backed out of everything other than my karaoke stuff. Yeah, y'all are like, it's cool. Like y'all are actually like a little kind of group of friends. I mean, y'all have a random, new person, and y'all kind of, I guess, have to see how they're gonna act. But y'all keep it tight over there. I like that. And y'all have some new folks that I've never seen. Some like new guys that I guess are usually kind of more of like a little coffee chat community. There was a guy on there on, like, I know Richie and some of the guys that have been on other panels from other channels or whatever, but RC, I think was his name. He seems funny and sweet. I like him. And then Maggie, I already knew Maggie. She's a hoot. She's hilarious. And I used to go over there a lot. Like I said, it's unfortunate that there's the whole, I say it all the time, guilty by association thing. And that's why I've just not associated at all. Literally just have backed out and not said much of anything to anybody and just watched and seen how, whether I'm there or not, because I'm always kind of quiet and on the outskirts of wherever I'm at, No matter what, it's a mess. There's drama to be found if you want it to be. Oh, on the song. Okay. Yeah, I can't remember what it rhymed with, but I remember hearing all of like y'all's OG, the people that were there. Like when she first started, I went a few times, but she was kind of just getting her rhythm and trying to find like I know she goes live at different time slots, kind of um, to get more people. It's okay, rapper. I was just saying, like you're usually so sweet over here, and I know it must have just been a minute, and I'm glad you're back, and thank you. I totally accept your apology. Maybe Mary Jane will as well. I know she knows you. You know, rapper, I was going to ask you if you haven't already moved on to another channel. So I know you don't stick around all the time, but if you're still here, have you ever went up and sang like on Day's channel or anything? I know we're in a lot of karaoke places, but I've never heard you sing, buddy. With me or rapper, I was wanting to make sure Mary Jane Doe. We've been sick here. We've had just craziness, and like I said, I just kind of backed out of everything and just have watched what I like to watch and just haven't contributed a lot to any chat much unless it's my karaoke channels because they keep it very focused on the music and like just laughing and good time. They don't get, kind of almost like blood sport crazy like unnecessary drama. I think it took me perspective. I think it took me stepping back, not saying anything and just watching it continue without me and seeing, well, dang, it don't matter if I'm there or if I'm not there. They're going to find a reason to fight and a person to fight with. Like, wow. And I get very bad anxiety going live, but I get like a secondhand, not embarrassment, secondhand hurt or secondhand something when I see other people fighting, like it hurts me. I'm not a jump in and let's fight too. And so if it's happening, I tend to back away from it. And it was too much. Yep. It doesn't matter who's there. They find a reason to. Hey, Tashi. Girl, I'm sure you can guess, but I was just saying, I've stayed kind of away from everything and just been more of a bush watcher, which I've been sick, sicker than usual. I usually have kind of a pretty quick comeback, but not this time. And you know me, I have to talk myself into going live anyway. And I've been dreading, like, oh God, are people going to fight on here? So I went ahead and put zero drama, zero going to be tolerated. Not popping up in the chat and being like, I own the place. I'm fixing to run everybody off, or come up on a panel and make everybody drop down, or like, I want peace and happiness. You know, you've been on here, Tashi, where we all laugh and we can have a good time. And that's what I would like. I wasn't going to stay on for a super long time, but I wanted to catch up with everybody because I've missed y'all. And I wanted to see what was going on. I was trying to think there was something I was going to announce something, and now I don't even know what I was going to announce. Damn, I'm going to have to think about it, y'all. That's how like foggy my brain's been since I was sick and I was not even, my last song I was not going to sing. Oh, I know what it is, but I wanted a few more people to be here because I don't know if y'all will remember who I'm talking about, but somebody outside of our little YouTube land here. I don't even know if they are on YouTube, period, but it's a relevant story to me. Y'all will be interested in true crime shit. Yeah. Hey, I'm with you, Tashi, and I've replayed. I keep missing it, but I replayed your art things, and I love however you're brilliant. However you set up your camera, where you can watch like zero in on your hands as they're doing the draw or coloring, drawing or whatever. I watched your like the coloring one the other night with the pastels. And I was listening to some of the conversation about just like how to living in today's world with like money, financial stuff. And Brittany, she was on there. Just I was listening to all that. So I do go back and watch, but I love your camera thing, how it shows your hands as well as your face or your panel guest or however you did it. You go, girl. I don't have a clue. I'm lucky to be able to get it to do this. As you know, you've been up here trying to help me figure it out before. But yeah, that was one like I was gonna hold back and then maybe talk, and before I could talk, it was like, dang, that went off the rails. I'm dipping back out and going back to listening to music. So every time I would like kind of oh my god, tiptoe back in to some of the channels I normally would watch, I would just see it just so like bloodbath, crazy fighting. And I just was like, nope, I'll go back and listen to some music or sing. But while I was sick, I tend to start looking up people from the past and stuff, and found out that someone that I had kind of put off getting in touch with had passed away. And so I did kind of make myself that day sing a song like to honor them. But other than, I think that's the last song I sang. It was a Cher song. But yeah, I got to doing some, how we all do some like Facebook stalking and stuff, like whatever, trying to find out where people from our past or we graduated with or whatever went. And so I went back like 20 years and started doing some looking, and got kind of depressed because so many people were gone. And then I stumbled upon someone, I think, and that's another thing. I was kind of going to get some advice tonight, depending on who showed up, on what to do, because I think I have located someone who we have had as a topic of conversation at once. You have a community tab on your page. It was never there before. Oh, maybe you do you do you have a certain number of what's it called, like new subscribers or something? I don't know if you have to have a certain amount and it pops up, or I had this channel for a long time that was a tarot channel, just kind of sitting here with the original people. I used to beg people on Facebook like, hey, this was years ago, like join so I can go live and do a reading. And so I had that first 50 people forever and ever. Oh, wait, I missed. Is that you, Tashi, that just said you're not going live anymore? You're recording and editing? Oh, 10 subscribers. You never posted. Okay. I just liked the way you did it. And I was even asking my kiddo, I was like, is that possible? And she's like, 2 cameras. And I was like, Lord, I can hardly figure out how to make this happen. So maybe it could be. I have one of my kids in the room at all times ready to go, if not in the room with me, to be like, please help. I don't know what I'm doing. And I don't have a computer that's made for streaming. So unfortunately, the thing I love to do most, which is singing, I can never get the share screen to work. So that sucks so bad for over here, or I'd be singing all the time over here instead of telling y'all crazy stories. Weirdos can see. Oh, well, yeah, I didn't think about that. Which I didn't see a lot of, your background unless you like got up to show like a piece of your old art or whatever. I'm glad you're okay, rapper. You bounced back. Like, stuff like that happens to all of us, and it does knock you down and make you feel just like mad at everybody for a minute when you have a relationship problem. But that makes sense, Tashi. Everybody, like, y'all see, I haven't gone live in forever, and I am like, I'm not going to dread the drama. I'm not accepting it. I don't care who it is. I literally told my kid, I don't care if it's a celebrity that I have been wanting to talk to my whole life. If they come in here and start drama, bye. I'm done with it. And I'm just literally done with it. We're supposed to be on here to like catch up with each other and like can't always be fun. I mean, life's not always a party. Like sometimes we have to vent to each other or whatever, but we don't have to attack each other. It's fucking stupid. Sorry. Okay. I didn't know how you did it, but I'm impressed, girl, that you figured out how to do it because I love the way. Oh, wait, I must have missed something. Rapper. Oh, you fell. Oh, I do hope you are a rotten rapper. I had a fall a few years ago and I already had like some health issues going on, like with my legs and my feet, like neuropathy issues, circulation issues. And after that fall, I had so many breaks trying not to fall. You know, how most people throw out their arms to catch yourself. Like I like gripped my feet to the bottom of the ground, like I am not gonna fall, and fell anyway. And so I fell forward. And they said most people call it a sports injury because a lot of football players, when they're going to catch a ball, they fall like on their tiptoes forward. And so it broke all those bones in the tops of my feet, my toes, ankles. Like it was a mess. And it was like, we can do this major, surgery with pins and screws and all this. Or, they're not horrible fractures. You're just going to have to kind of take it easy, blah, blah. And I'm a single mom of two, so I took it as easy as I could. But it really set me back, and I've not ever kind of gotten back to good. And now they would have to be rebroken, major surgery. So I do still struggle a lot with balance. I'm terrified to fall again. And mine was not steps or anything, mine was just in the shower. And I was like, I am not going to fall. So I just planted my feet as hard as I could to the ground, like I am going to ground myself and not fall. And I fell anyway. Like I said, if you can just imagine like a football player in air to catch a football, land on his tippy toes, but still kind of the toes go forward, and broke all of that stuff and healed back improperly, which only made what I already had going on worse. So I have a lot of circulation issues with my legs and balance issues now because of the way it healed back. And with me having two younger kids and just being a single mom, I'm not willing to risk going under anesthesia and doing all that. Maybe once they're grown and, they're, I have a high school senior and a high school freshman, so they're getting there. But until they're there, I'm not taking a risk at all. So I've done some little things to. I did like a stent to help this like circulation flow, and it was not successful. So I did all the least, I guess, major things that you can do to intervene. It just wasn't. It wasn't that helpful. But I hope. I hope you just got a bruise or something, Rapper, and you're good, because that it can. I'm not sure how old you are, but I have a joke and I say, if you're 40 or over, do not fall. It will ruin you. It will change you. So my balance is off a lot now, and I have to be careful not to fall. When before it was just a fluke thing, and my kids were asleep. I got up to take a shower early when I fell, and so there was no one to get me up, and I kind of had to make myself get up while the shower was still going, and stepped on them immediately and all that good stuff. And I don't know what all damage I did, but my doctor said you would have done way better to throw those arms out there. I know they tell you not to, but you'd have been better with two regular broken arms than you did with those feet injuries. Like that's a sports injury that takes a long time, if ever, to recover. Some players are out of the game forever after that kind of break. Yeah, it was painful when it happened, and I have pictures I've kept as it progressed, and some of them like never healed back properly. Like hate to say, but like toes, I hate talking about toes, look like they have been like rolled over with a cart, not a car, but a cart, like a, I don't know, a heavy, some type of cart, and you can see like a little kid's, let's say a little kid's wagon or something, and you can see like a little track where it just smashed it completely. Like, and because of the way they were injured, it throws my balance off all the time. So it's, I dread it when I do go take a shower. I'm terrified every time. Terrified, like, is it going to happen again? Is it going to be worse this time? Because I've had to modify a lot of things the way I do them because of it. So if you're 40 or over, do not fall. Take every precaution. I mean, if you're 40 and 1 day old, because your body doesn't recover the same, it just doesn't. And they didn't put cast on. I mean, most people are like, your, toes, you can't really do much for them. Just take it easy. They'll heal back fine. But I had those little bones in the tops of my feet. I had ankle, and I should have went ahead and had the surgery. But with me having no other family, I thought if there's a 0.1% chance of something happen with anesthesia, my kids need me. And even if I'm hobbling around and whatever, like, they need me here on this earth. So I am not going to risk it. Once they're 18 and up, if they want to help me, help myself get it all back into normal, then we can. But right now, they take me as they get me, but I'm here. Thank God. But it was painful. It really was. So glad you got to come by, Tashi. So many times I've been wanting to message you, and I've been like, God, there's so much that I hope the people that were here, like in the beginning, and heard me tell some of my Grampy Wade stories. I have some kind of Grampy Wade update slash kind of advice asking. Oh, wait, hit the like. Oh, thank you, Mary Jane. I was like, the link. I was like, oh, should I didn't drop the link? But no, I haven't yet. But I will if when anybody wants to come up. I just didn't put it out there immediately like I normally do. You know. But yeah, the Grampy Wade thing, like when I'm sick, I always laugh and say it's dangerous because I start looking up one thing that leads to another, that leads to another. And so I started doing it, and I was like, oh my God. And then was crying about somebody that I found out had passed away like 5 years ago, and I didn't know because I got so involved in being a mom and working, being a mom, doing all the stuff, and then going through divorce and just like everything, that I just kind of didn't keep up with a lot of people from like my 20s, like my fun time. And so I started looking those people up, and almost everyone is gone. And then one of the people I had put off contacting, I was going to ask some questions about Grampy Wade. I just put it off like, God, this is going to be so uncomfortable to contact her and somehow slide in there like, hey, do you know where he's at or how he's doing or, whatever. Like, I still think about him all the time. And when I went, I was like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to send a message. I'm going to, Facebook friend request her or whatever. And I go to do that. And I even went ahead and hit friend. And my daughter was in here and she said, wait, Mom, hit undo. And I was like, what? And she's like, the page says that she just passed away, like just passed away. So don't wait. If you think like you should contact somebody and you talk yourself out of it, don't. Because I did, and I did, and I did. And then now she's gone, and it hit me hard. Not that we were like super, super close, but because I didn't take that opportunity and say, hey, how have things been going? I know we've all grown up 20 years now, and we're all middle age, and like, how are things going, girl? Like, do you have kids? Because I just totally went in a different direction than all of them. But like I said, when I'm sick, it it gets dangerous because I get nostalgic and I start looking people up, and it just got so sad. I kept finding that, and y'all know I've had a lot of loss in my family, total loss of everyone except my girls, and that just it sucker punched me, and I was like, don't put off, don't ever put it off, because now I'm gonna always just kind of hate myself for not getting in contact with her. It does, Mary Jane. And where I live, it's very, very common with my age, great like age range and under, to have lost a lot of people to substance abuse issues or accidents or things, like that related. And I mean, not all of them though. Some of them even just health things. Like I said, when you get to around that hovering middle age, 40ish age, it is you're like, wow, they're still young. They're only 41 or 43 or whatever, and then suddenly like it's it's crazy. So I had a lot of um guilt, I guess, for not contacting her, talking myself out of it. And I do that a lot. Like when I first got on here, I was like, "Uh-oh, nobody's commented. There's nobody. Well, I might just not do it then." And so y'all can thank Mary Jane Doe for being on here, because I started talking to her and then Rapper and now Tashi. So I'm gonna hang around and update you guys, but and find out how y'all are doing. But yeah, it is sad. But yeah, I started the whole thing with, let's find out more about the whole Grampy Wade thing, because y'all know, if y'all been around me, very along, and I guess probably another time I was sick, looking and finding hot guy X, kind of X, and finding out like he's a grandpa now, and he looks kind of like Papa Smurf now, and like what this was the hot guy with long hair, bad boy, whatever, and he's a grandpa. Like it takes me seeing somebody else to realize, like, girl, you're getting old too. You need to come to terms with it. I don't know what it is. I don't know why I can't like face like that could be me. I could technically, if I would have had children very young, I could have grandchildren. Like I just had kids like later in life. So, but I think I may have relocated um, Grampy Wade, and I think he may have been one of the very few, if not just me and him, that are still standing. So now it is me putting off making that contact. I've done some little baby steps, like friend requesting and things, but as far as hitting that message or making the phone call, because I have the number and I have the info, it's just doing it. And so I was gonna kind of, as part of the live tonight, some of y'all join up that have been here for part of that with me, be like, hey girl, this is what I would say, or this is what I would do, or whatever. Because a part of me feels like you should do it based on, if nothing else, seeing how many people were gone and you didn't get that chance because you kind of dicked around and did not do it. Message him now. See, I kind of almost have planned out what I want to say, and it's short. And when I friended him on each account that I found, because he had several accounts, which is always so weird to me and kind of a red flag. Like he might have gotten locked out of it, or I don't know. But they're all him, same person, just many different accounts. I did friend request him on those accounts, but it doesn't look like he's been active on them since like April. And that makes me think like you're going to have to actually message or call, because he's not just going to look at a friend request and be like, oh, hey, and accept it and go through the whole little process like we all do sometimes. Like, he's a guy, first of all, and he checks it probably every blue moon. And I'm gonna have to do something. But yeah, I was gonna get y'all's perspective. That's why I was saying, Tashi. I was thinking about um messaging messaging you or something. Oh, on the live, do it, girl. I don't know. My daughter's been pushing me, like even while I was sick. She's like, "It don't matter while you're sick. Let's do it. Let's do it." Yeah, it does. Either Tashi, I hate to say that, or sorry, Mary Jane, you're the one that said it. He either loses it, or my other problem is he was a bad boy, but looked good. Um, oh, thank you, rapper. He could potentially also have been in jail. You tend to see that a lot with people that are in and out of jail. They have a lot of Facebooks, like where they start it, and then like there's not a lot of info on there. The only way I found anything is one of his last posts, which was like April. It was him and his son and his grandbabies, two granddaughters, and they're still little, and they were like a little kind of family photo. That's how I found out the whole Grampy Wade thing or whatever, that he was a grandpa. And he hasn't posted anything really since then. So I'm like, please, I don't need to wait like I did with my friend Andrea, because I waited, and by the time I said, okay, you're doing this, I did it, hit request, and then my daughter's like, no, 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 undo, undo. She just passed, like recent past. And I was like, oh my God, like it hit me hard, harder than it normally would have. I hate to say, because I beat myself up about not making that contact. I should have. I should have. Now, I don't know if you were around Mary Jane Doe at the very beginning, um, when I would talk about him, like he was the super hot guy back in the day. And that's kind of, I have something kind of what I want to say. Um, but I was going to put, um, hey, this is, and you know, the name he knows me as, um, I lived with, and I can say her name because I can't dox anybody now. Everyone's gone. I lived with Jamie, you know, on this road during like this time or whatever. Do you remember me? Like, I'm just kind of looking to catch up. Um, I was trying to catch up with some people, and I've had a hard time finding anybody, but I see you and I would love to talk to you or something like that. And just being kind of, you know, a wuss and messaging first and then see if I get a response. Because I can, on one account, y'all tell me this. On one account, it's got where I can friend request him, but he doesn't look like he's been as active on that account. Then he has another account that was the last most active with the grandchildren picture and stuff. Like I said, I found out that's how I found out he was a grandpa. But he's got so many friends that you can't request him as a friend. You can only follow him. Is that a thing? Like, I don't have that many friends, so I don't know. But if you get over a certain number of friends, like you can't have friend request anymore. You can only have follow request. It's weird. So I'm following him. I hit that button, and on the other accounts, I friend requested him, but on that main one, it's got just follow. 5K. Oh no, it wasn't that many. It was like one. I want to say it was like 1,500 is how many he had. Because I don't have that many. I think I might. I don't even know if I have 400. And half those I need to get rid of because they're people like I knew in high school or met one time or who knows why. And I'm not active on there that much. I only use it for Messenger pretty much. I usually repost a meme on occasion or something like that. Yep, Tashi, I have a number and I have a little one that's saying, do it, do it. Text him. Um, so yeah, she's helped me do, like I said, I don't want y'all to think I'm like sounding completely crazy. I'm not doing it for a bad reason. I'm doing it because of unresolved what if kind of feelings. And also now a lot of questions about how in the hell are me and you the only last one standing again? Because that's been the case, unfortunately, with my family. I have no one except my girls. And so now I'm trying to like reach out and make some, adult friends and make a life, because they're going to be moving out and doing their thing. And as I've done that, I've gotten involved in, unfortunately gotten in the middle of or whatever drama on here, and kind of just took the happiness out of it for a while. So I just started listening to music again or just posting songs. And a lot of people are like, that's boring. We want lives. And I have to talk myself into doing this by myself. And it was easier like when I had Dave up here, because I don't know, like I felt like if I'm floundering and I can't make conversation, like he could, I don't know. We just worked good together, and so I don't know what happened. I haven't heard from him in a while, and I don't know. But my little one is going to push until I do it. But I keep making excuses because I was sick. I was like, I want to wait till I feel good, and that way, if he's like immediately like, yeah, let's talk, I'm not gonna be like coughing and like not thinking straight or whatever. I want to be ready, like sitting on go ready in case he's like, yeah, FaceTime me or like, let's meet up or like whatever. Cause he doesn't live far away. Like he's still in the area, like where we were running the roads in 20, like at 20 years old. He's a year younger than me, 1 year younger. I know. I haven't seen Dave in at least 2 weeks. I sent him I can't even send him a message, but in his on his page, in one of his things he posted, like it's not even about me or anyone I know. It's about somebody I don't even know. Like where he does those little clips. I put in one of those Happy Father's Day, but he didn't respond or put like or anything. So I don't know that he saw it. He would have had to be like in there checking his comments all stealth like I do. I check every comment and all that. Like I'm total girl when it comes to that, but most guys, unless it's total jumping out at you, they don't. I would like to believe that's what he is. He just hasn't seen it because he doesn't really have any reason to be mad or anything. I've been MIA because I've been sick, kids have been sick, somebody's been sick, and I've not been able to talk myself into getting on here just alone. And then it was like last night I was going to do it, and last minute something did happen. That's why I put in real life. And I had to handle, it's like always, real life comes before this. Even though this is real life, you know what I mean? Like, and I had to deal with that. And I was going to have to come back on late. And I was like, all those people are going to have lost interest. So I'm just going to bump it up. And then we'll see who shows up or if anybody cares or whatever. But I was like, yeah, they might at least want to hear, just if you're on here for an hour even, at least hear the saga of I started contacting people and found out this, which led to this, which led to this. And you know how you end up in the rabbit hole. Well, my rabbit hole ended up being very, very sad. And then now I'm left with this, in which case last known was April, but I do have the contact information and I am going to do it. Let me talk in positives. I am going to. I just have to figure out exactly what to say and be ready for that immediate text back or answer of the phone. Like if he said hello and I knew that was his voice, like what the hell do I say exactly? Like I could write out a script, but I know y'all know me when I get to jabbering, I'm going to go off script and who the hell knows what I'm going to say. Like I need to be like, first of all, are you married? Or like I don't want to be contacting someone's husband and offending them or being not be, y'all know, not even, I don't know how to say, not being inappropriate, but like when I was married, I would have been upset kind of if one of his exes called out of the blue and was like, hey, wanting to catch up, knowing like you got a wife and 2 kids at home situation. I do know his kids are older, and he's a grandfather. I don't see a, wife in the picture or anything, but I don't know, and I just don't want to. I don't want to be coming in as the whatever. Uh, what is the word, y'all? I'm not wording tonight properly. I'm not wording words. What do you call it? Homewrecker. I don't want to be a homewrecker. 1990. Yeah, it was seriously like 30 years ago, I guess. Because yeah, I was 20 or not even 20 yet, like 19 in that age range. So yeah, it's been a long time. And in my little group of friends, like I moved out and started going like taking extra college courses to finish up, and then I went on and got my master's and was working as well as going to school at night and driving an hour one way. So 2 hours on the road every day, 5 hours of school at night, and then 8 hours of work during the day. Like, I don't know why I even drove home to sleep. I should have just gotten an apartment over there. Thought I was saving money, but I was spending a lot on gas. But back then, yeah, before I moved out of what I call the party house, that's when me and Grampy Wade had our friendship, relationship, whatever, that I never really got over that what if, because that's where the road forked, and it was, do I stay here tonight for his birthday party and hang out like I always do, where it's comfortable and whatever, or do I answer this phone call and drive, uh, get dressed again and drive back across town and hang out with this other person who ends up being my husband, and we end up being together 20 years, two kids. And now I want to look back and say, what if I would have took the other path? Not that I have regrets, because I love my babies, who are now almost grown, and they're saying, "Mom, get your own life." And they're cheering me on. They're saying, "Hey, contact him, just see." And they also were right here beside me when I was contacting, and like one of the people I was close to was his brother, his little brother, and he's gone. And that one hit me hard too. Like, why? How? Because if I would have had to guess out of the two of them, I would have not guessed that Grampy Wade would be the one standing. I would have thought it would have been his little brother, because he, you know, played football. He made good grades. Like, he was really going after this bright future. He wasn't real mixed up in the partying as much. So that, when I've got so many questions, I know it's going to be painful to ask those questions, and I'm not going to start out with those, obviously, but I want to know. Like, my roommate, she's gone. I know why she's gone, but it was like from one person, it led to another. And y'all can see where I do tribute or memorial songs all the time for my family, just how many family members I've lost. It was just getting like slapped constantly again and again, like, oh my God, they're gone. Okay, well, I'm going to look this person up. And then it was like, what? And it just kept going. And when I saw his little brother, I was like, I don't even know if I get in touch with him how I'm going to ask that question, but I want to know how. Like, how is he gone? Because he looked like he was doing good, very handsome pictures of him. Just, I don't know. That one, whew, I don't know. But there's so many things I have questions about that I feel like we could talk forever if we could get back on that little wavelength like we used to talk. And like, I always kind of, me and him never had like a serious relationship, but he was like, I'll laugh, and with my youngest daughter, we're really close, call him my landing pad, because when I would have a breakup, I would always kind of bounce back to him, and he was always at the party house. And like, me and him would just like hang out on the couch and listen to music, and like, I just felt super comfortable with him. And when I was in a relationship with somebody, he would always like kind of pull me over to the side and be like, "Oh, you know, you ain't really with him. You know, like it's me and you kind of thing." And would joke around. And I literally thought, like, I can't have him. He's out of my league. Like, he's the hot guy. I can have him for the in between moments, and we're friends, and he's cool to hang out with, and he's gorgeous to look at, and he's funny, and all of the things. But I can't have him because I'm not pretty enough, or I'm not this enough, or whatever. And looking back, I I was good enough. I didn't put myself out there, and I'm doing the same thing now by not calling. And I have a bad habit of that. Just like not going live on here tonight, I was trying to talk myself out of it again. Last night was for real. Like something happened last minute, and I was like, "Damn, I have to put this first. I have to handle this. This is a real life thing, not a fun." And I wanted to have fun with y'all as much as possible without being able to share screens and do all the fun stuff I need to do to sing and act crazy on here and do all the fun. Um, and with it just being me, y'all know, like kind of they as they say where I'm from backwards. I'm shy and awkward and whatever. But I think I have found him. Phone number, text. Um, I did go ahead and friend request the ones that I could. And the main one, the most recent one that he posted, the grandbabies and him, like I'm a grandpa now thing, it was April. So it's not been a long, long time ago, but it's not been recent. And I don't want to find myself in that position like I did with my friend Andrea. I never, ever, 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 I can't say ever enough, would have expected her to be gone. And she was somebody that would have known him and would have been like, "Oh yeah, girl, I know where he's at. This is what he's doing. You should totally contact him. He's not married. You're not going to be interfering with nothing." Like she would have known all the stuff. And I kept putting it off and saying, "I don't want to contact her and just ask about that." And I didn't contact her, and man, missed it by a few weeks. And maybe I could have made some kind of difference. I don't know. But I hate myself for it. And that day, I could barely talk. Like I was sick, but I was like, I'm gonna sing a song. And the song doesn't have anything that we never listened to that song together. It was just the title, If I Could Turn Back Time. Because truly, if I could, it's not even just could I've turned back to when we all hung out, but could have I turned back a couple of weeks, I could have talked to her. And I was stupid. And that there goes. I'm always a walking testament to time is short. Just, it's stupid to spend it fighting over dumb things. It's stupid to have regrets. Like, because it's just me. And now that I'm looking back, I'm finding out it's still like everyone is gone. And like the small town I live in, there's a lot of issues, and I've already lost a lot of people I went to like high school with and stuff. And now even as middle-aged people, like out of the blue, boom, there's another loss. And like I took that hard. And so I made myself sing that day. I mean, afterward I could hardly talk, and I'm not sitting here like, "Oh, feel sorry for me, not my friend that passed." Like, no. I just meant that day I was determined I'm going to sing something in like honor of her, because I was an idiot and I let time pass, and now I don't have this person who maybe, they say if you make one different decision, if you turn right instead of left at a stop sign, if you paint something blue instead of green, like whatever, it can change the whole course of things. So I really hate that I didn't contact her. One, I would have the answers I need, which that's the selfish part. But two, I would have gotten to talk to her and see how happy she was doing, because by the picture she looked like she had a relationship, Her kids were growing up, almost grown, kind of the same age as mine situation. Like, we would have been able to be in a relatable place, like empty nest moms. They're about to be empty nest moms, like looking to kind of have to get a girlfriend group going, whatever kind of group going again, and have that little reunion of what happened to all the people we hung out with. And I got, I just kept getting like punched in the gut when I would find out people were gone. And Grampy's baby brother is one of them that really, like, I'm like, how? Because if I would have had to have picked which one, the bad boy or the good boy would still be here, I would have picked that his little brother would still be here, doing great things, family dude. Um, and nope, it looks like it's the other way around. I hope, God, I hope. I'm telling y'all, I'm not going to be okay if he's gone too. Because right now, I only have comfort in that me and him, for whatever reason in the universe, the stars crossed, whatever, that me and him are the last two standing. And maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe there's not a reason. I don't know. But it's weird. And I feel like I need to not just call him and immediately start asking, what happened to your brother? What happened to my roommate? Like, I just need to start just talking to him before I don't have that chance anymore. And I'm scared, y'all. I'm more scared than getting on here, going live, and pretending like I can talk. I can make myself be like, this is no different than singing, or, you know, they can't hurt you through a screen, or like, honestly, at this point, not a lot of people can hurt me. And so when I hear people, because unfortunately I do hear people talking about me when I'm not even around and haven't been around for weeks. And when I hear it, I'm thinking, y'all, I know I'm quiet and I'm shy and I do get hurt easy, but like, honest to God, no one can hurt me more through this screen than I've already been hurt. Like, I've lost everyone. So keep trying, because no, I've already lost everyone. So, this is a place I'm coming to try to have fun and make friends and build a place where all of the other people are now gone. So, your little argument or whatever you're having over there being dramatic, like, it's not gonna end me, because I've got enough. I've got bigger things going on. Like, you are wasting your precious life. Like, I'm not gonna get involved and waste mine. Nope. See, I have a 14 and a 17. So I'm right there with you, Mary Jane. Like, that's exactly that age range. They do start getting their own friends, whether they're just playing video games online with them or whatever. And they're like, Mom, it's time. And so, yeah, Tashi, right there, if you don't do it, you're not going to find out. I'm just, oh, he's where it started. Like, I want to find out information. And y'all, I've been talking about this for what, like at least 3 months, I'm going to say, when I started talking about him on here and found out he was a grandpa. And now that picture's back to April, is the last picture he posted. And I found an old picture from like 2012, and he still was hot. He hadn't turned into the grampy part yet. And I know we all age. And like I said, I must have some kind of reverse whatever where I still think I look young, kind of, sort of. And he looks like a grandpa. And it's hard for me to imagine the hot guy, as it's just so hard. But anyway, um, I've got to make myself do it. I have to do it. They want it, and you're right, Mary Jane. They want us to have our own life. They mean the best. They just don't understand how hard it is to try to do that. Like, start that quote unquote second chapter, and especially if you are single, divorced, whatever, like you are totally starting over, and they've been my whole world, and now they're like, Mom, um, like scoot over a little bit. We love you. We love spending time with you, but we want you to, go reunion with your old friends or meet new ones or whatever. And they were a big part of me getting on here and starting to sing, and me making friends on here and stuff like that. Like, they really wanted that, for me. They also have seen a lot of the drama and stuff that came with that, and they don't want me to be hurt. And they can't prevent me, obviously, from being hurt. But again, no one on here has the power to hurt me than losing everybody. So I I laugh and say, try again. No. Like, it may hurt if someone's my friend and suddenly they disappear on and they don't want to YouTube anymore. Hell, there's times I don't blame them if they take a long ass YouTube break, because I've done it. I've had to lately, and just regroup and see, like, wow, this one right here that I've been, watching or whatever, is a total shit show now. It's always drama, and I'm not going to be involved in it. I can't. Life is too short for that. Nope. Wait, hang on. Camps. It's kind of the same camps. It's just it. It's a different day, different thing. Like, I watched From the Bushes, and all of a sudden, like, there will be a big ass explosion of drama that's so unnecessary, and just like I said, wasteful of a short life that we have here. I want to be happy as much as I can be. I know it's totally unrealistic to laugh and joke and everything be funny, but I don't see why you can't take a few hours out of your day. And if you enjoy this, excuse me, if you enjoy, coming on here and singing, or coming on here and doing your art, or just coming on here and chitter chatting like us, like, I don't see why it can't be peaceful. I don't. I know we're not all alike, and we can't all get along all the time, but we can control our damn selves and not let it get crazy. And man, I have seen, like I said, thank God. Sometimes I was about to make a comment, and then I was like, nope. And then at the end of it, I was like, thank you, Jesus, for me not making a comment, because I would have gotten swept right into the middle of that without intention. Because y'all know I try to stay on the outskirts and not get involved in it, but sometimes you get pulled into it regardless. And I'm just not. I would rather take a step back and sit here and listen to my music from back in the day and daydream about, 1997 or whatever. Oh, rappers everywhere. Yeah, rapper is everywhere. He knows. Um, but I don't think I've even saw you, Tashi, in the area I'm talking about. I think you've done the same thing kind of as I have. You focused on your channel for a little bit and doing some of the things and learning some new things and doing the things you love. Like with your art, I love music, so I've just listened. I put a lot of songs out that I've sang, because I can't stream. It's so sad, but like, I don't have the high tech equipment a lot of people do in order to share that screen and sing on here with you, or I would do that. And y'all could laugh at me and tell me, sing this. Hey, girl, try to rap, sing a country song, whatever. So I just record those songs and I look, and I have some people, they're like, well, I don't want to stay subscribed to you because you don't go live. And then I'm like, but I had 300 people viewed this song. So there must be some value in me posting a song. Like, people liked it or they viewed it or whatever. So if I have to take a step back and not go live and just sing, then that's what I have to do, and hope that the people that enjoy that, or enjoy when I get on a roll and I want to be live, you know, that they'll hang around. and not get fixated on a number. And that's what I'm going to try to do from now on, because I I just don't. I'm not. That's why I put will not tolerate drama. And I said tonight, I don't care if you're a celebrity. If you start something up in the chat and I'll glance over and see it, I have let it go on before because I was too much of a wuss to put a stop to it. And I was like, I don't care if you're a celebrity. Boom, you're getting the boot, and you can come back and try again next time. Um, and maybe learn to contain yourself. Hang out in the bushes for a minute and see if your mortal enemy or your whatever is in the chat. And if they are, don't jump in for fun and start a big fucking brawl. How about just saying, I'll either watch from the bushes or I'll come back and replay or whatever. Like, I'm not gonna jump in and cause a mess, or I'm not gonna say, hey, kick this person out so that I can come. I mean, none of this has to be this complicated. This is fun. It can be a place for fun. It can be, and mine will be. Or y'all will get to listen to my crap and give me advice. It's sad to not. That's what I was gonna be like. I gotta catch them up on the Grampy Wade stuff, which there's stuff I'm missing. I'm sure. That's just the kind of quick. Those of y'all that were here at the beginning. Kraken, see that I missed out on how they fell out of love. I know at first it was like she didn't really want Kraken over here, said he was bad. Then I saw him over there, and I was like, okay, he seems to be being nice. He was been nice over here. He's never said anything rude over here that I saw. And then the other day I turned it on, like I said, watch from the bushes for a minute, and then it was all of a sudden Kraken is horrible. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what he did, why he's not in love anymore. No idea. And see, sometimes, Tashi, that shit right there, I used to never watch it, but at least it's funny, some of it, I haven't really followed any cases. I'm trying to think of the last one I did kind of watch. Oh, it's not really been covered a lot by our people, but it's been on court TV. That what is his name? Wade? Interestingly enough, Wade Wilson case, the huge guy with the tattoos on his face. But yeah, Savage is hilarious. No matter what she's talking about, hilarious. Y'all know, if y'all just guess who stays in a fight, fuss in a fight. I'm just saying, there was one I watched the other night. I almost said, hey, how's it going? Like my normal. And before I could, I saw a freaking train wreck. Horrible. Like I was getting secondhand hurt. I was getting secondhand crunk up about it. And I had to turn it off and just walk away. And I know as the aftermath of that, I'm going to not see some people over here anymore. And it's going to be sad. And what happened was sad. And it just, people need to learn how to control their damn selves. They just need to, period. No, I'm not. That's where I kind of started, Mary Jane, is back in the day. Like I used to watch Jimmy Jams because of music. And I have insomnia. I just took a nap this afternoon to prepare for this because I hadn't slept in 3 nights. Like my kid put me to sleep. She's like, hey, here's a pillow. Here is a blanket. Lay down. Here's some food. Fill your little belly up like a little toddler. Get some sleep because you're not going to be able to laugh and have a good time. Which, like I said, I wasn't going to stay on here for a super long time like I usually stay, 11 hours. Because I haven't heard from Dave. I don't know where he's at. A lot of people have sent me a message and been like, hey, where's Dave? Or, hey, tell Dave we miss him. And I miss him too. I don't know where he's at. They do, Mary Jane. They really do. Honestly, it could be a different person on a different day. It does not matter. There are some people that just enjoy it. I don't like it. Fake fight, real fight. It's not happening over here. Again, I'm not getting caught up in the numbers. I was so excited to have 250, and I was going to have this 250 celebration and all that, and I still want to do that, but I thought that, Mary Jane, and I did try to send a message in just like a comment, because that's the only way I know I can contact him. I just put Happy Father's Day because I know he's a dad, and just put you're awesome, because he's a great guy. He became a good friend to me. Y'all know he kind of held my hand up here and cheered me on, and he knew I would be like, my voice would be shaking, I would be about like to say okay, I tried, and get off here, because I just get such anxiety unless I'm covering a certain topic, or I'm singing. I can sing in front of a stadium of people, but just keeping a conversation going is tough. And I know y'all are like wanting me to say who exactly, but y'all just know. Y'all know who's always fighting, who's always got a list of people. And I'm not doing it unless you've done something on here that I have seen on here in my chat. Then I'm not I'm not gonna play along with all the it's this person this week, next week another. No. But if you do it in the chat, I don't care if you're a celebrity. Bye. Hope you don't get mad, but if you do, okay. You can also get mad and then cool off and come back next time and try again. Like I'm gonna have to do that. I'm not going to have people being just absolutely disgustingly mean in the chat for no reason. And I watched it, and it was horrible to watch, and I was just a watcher, and it hurt me to watch. And I'm not mm-mm. You can flip on pretty much any channel, and unless you're lucky and find a tight knit little group that everybody gets along and a laid back creator, you'll find some fussing and fighting, and you can find some of it that's a freaking bloodbath. And it's no, not here. I hope so, Mary Jane. Yeah, I watched it, Mary Jane, but for me, I'll watch the drama channels because that's kind of what they do, and they can make it funny, and I don't think they mean anything super duper hurtful. But this shit, if you it's still up. If you want to go back and pick a creator and go back and watch like the last 2 weeks of something, you'll see it could be 2 days and it's another fight with a different person. And then it can be a topic and everything's great and you're looking at beautiful things and everyone's, chatting and coffee, in the morning, like, or whatever in the afternoon, like whatever. And then suddenly somebody's getting screamed at and saying horrible shit. Like, no, I can't. Like, I have my own like mental health struggles and stuff. That's why singing makes me happy. That's why the few friends I have made on here that I, message with or something, and that's a very, very few. Um, I am careful who I pick because I my anxiety, I cannot fight with somebody every single week, and I can't watch it, especially if it's somebody I care about. I can't watch them be ripped down for no reason, and me not be able to jump in and help them and save them, because you're never going to be able to help them. It's always going to be something. Yep. See, my little one, because my dad and her fought, or my dad, God, I can't talk. Her dad and I fought a lot. Um, and I wish I could have realized how much I argued and I had to have the last word. Um, she has a lot of PTSD when people start screaming, and I still, when I get upset in real life, will raise my voice and not mean to. And once I get going, I'm going. And I have to look at her and realize, wow, this is really hurting her. And I have to try to shut my mouth, which is hard. Like I'm quiet and shy, but once I get going, I get going sometimes. But it gives me anxiety to watch But I have to say, I'm guilty of doing it sometimes. But I'm not going to come on here and do it with someone I don't know. I don't know anybody on such a personal level on here that I'm going to be that mean to them for whatever reason. And the few people I've gotten close with, um, I've watched some of them get very, very hurt unnecessarily just for the shit of it. I don't know why. And I don't know. I I miss people in real life and I miss people on here that got caught up in something and now I don't know where they are, or I know where they are and I'm not going and getting wrapped up in it myself. Hey, Sub Zero, what's up? Same, that is exactly what I was talking about. And I haven't seen you in a while. Yep. I you know, Tashi, me and you, I do message you on occasion and I don't mind at all filling in the blanks because I was going to tell you about Grampy Wade and be like, hey, girl, I need some personal, like, tell me what to say. But my little one is very wise. I say my little one, she's 14. But she's very wise and she had me like a little dialogue of what to say. And she was the one that was like, push the button, do it, mom, or I'll do it for you, hit friend request or whatever. And so I did it on Instagram and Facebook and all those multiple accounts. So he can clearly see I'm trying to make contact, but that one main account, it has so many friends, it won't let you friend request, it'll only let you follow. So I'm following, and now I have a way to message him, but now I also have a phone number. I just haven't texted it. And I'm thinking, what if a mad wife answers and is like, yeah, this is his phone. Who the hell are you? You know, like, what do I say back to that? So that I wanted to get on a whole nother topic tonight of like, hey, we can talk about drama, but let's let it be drama. Y'all don't know who the person is. Y'all just know my little side of this is somebody from almost 30 years ago that, you know, I've been thinking about and I've let time tick on and now I need to do something before everybody's gone. Because life again, one thing the message kept coming to me over and over and over during the sickness. I was laying in bed, like I said, dangerous thing when I get sick, I start digging into my past. Um, is I kept seeing like, don't waste your time. Don't waste life. Life is short. Life is too short for bullshit. Life is too short, you know, and it, it's just too short for just nothing, stuff that does not matter. And most of the time, if you look around, whatever people are arguing about on here is stupid and it doesn't matter. And somebody is getting really hurt. And I can't watch people I care about get hurt. I can't. So I'd rather just step back. See, that's what oh wait. Oh, when you said subby, I was like, I want to make sure I didn't hit I didn't miss a sub. But yeah, um I think me and you, Tashi, I think you went and started focusing on your art and your channel and you knew like your folks would come around and you find your tribe of people that don't fight all the time and that do have a commonality, creativity or, you know, laughing or whatever it is. I know life's not always a joke. Like I said, I know seriously we have to, you know, we have to have moments where we're sad or whatever. Some people don't like it. And okay, change the channel. Tonight it's a sad night or tonight it's a whatever night. But tonight was more of like an update night of a like, oh y'all, what do I do? What do I say? Because my little one is so wise. She's not the same horoscope sign as me. She's in between. She's a Pisces slash Aries. So she's wiser and less emotional, like charged. Like I'm emotional all over the place, Pisces. And so is my other daughter. She has enough of like the level headedness to step back and say, keep it simple, mom. Just say, hey, this is, I used to live with, we lived on this road. It's been about this many years ago. I've been thinking about you and wanting to catch up. How are you? And then see if crazy or, wife or whoever says, leave my man alone, or why are you trying to contact him or whatever. And then if he comes back, then just start out with some light questions before you jump into, hey, oh my God, what happened to your brother, and trigger somebody, because I've had that with me, I've definitely had that happen to me, and I don't want to do that to anyone else. If anything, I want to make him have good memories of me, not like triggering memories and me jumping right in and bringing up bad stuff. I'm trying to watch them. I can only see what it says instead of the heart, but I can see a heart. For me, it just says Pride, Heart, Rainbow, Philly. And I know about all that except the Philly. I'm not sure what that is, but it's good to see all of y'all. I haven't seen you, Sub-Zero, since singing on Tattooed Angels page. And I always say this, and you're like, yep, you're right. And I still haven't sang the song. It's in my little folder. I've been waiting, and I'm like, I'm going to see them at some point, and I'm going to sing the song for them. If I'm right, and I could be wrong, but I have that song, Amanda by Boston. And I was like, oh, Striped Hearts. Okay. With it saying Philly, I was like, I don't know what that means. I knew the Pride, Heart, Rainbow, but it says Philly. I don't know. But yeah. Thank you. I'm all about having some hearts or anything. Like I said, I know it's not unicorns and rainbows on here all the time, but it can be just kind of middle ground. It can be middle ground. It can be happy. It don't have to be a freaking damn boxing ring where you're having to hold your gloves up and protect your mouth and get ready to throw a next punch. And like, no, I ain't got time for that. No one does. Life is too short for that. Sorry. If his wife messages you, just say, I mean, no disrespect, completely innocent. See, I didn't know if I should start out with that and just mean I'm trying to contact him if, this is a wife or girlfriend or something. I don't mean any disrespect. I'm just trying to catch up. I don't know if I should even mention that, And I was trying to think, how would you have handled this if this was somebody contacting your ex, like that you were married to for years and years and years? And I would have not handled it well because I was, that very, I don't know, jealous wife because we had been together for so long. But I don't know. I kind of feel like she's gonna answer, like you said, Tashi. Like she'll answer if there is a girl. Like she'll get involved quickly because this is hot Grampy Wade we're talking about. She ain't gonna let nobody snap him up. No, I've been holding it back for you, and I just haven't seen you. So, and I wish I always say I wish I had a computer that was more for streaming, and mine does what it needs to do, but it's not for sharing. It will not share screen. Tosh, you got on here and tried to help me, and we have had not great success at doing that for me to sing on here. So I just sing and then post it as a video. But now that I see you check in from time to time, check in, and I will make sure that I sing it next. I just didn't know if you were still around. But now I know you're around, I will sing it. Because, me and you know why. There's a whole reason I want to sing it anyway. And I was going to sing it that night, and someone else voted for Mandy by Barry Manilow, and I sang it instead. And because I was like, Amanda or Mandy, which one, y'all? Which one? And somebody, I can't remember who it was now, voted for that. And so I was like, okay. And you were cool, and you were like, yeah, just let her have that one tonight. You can sing it next time. And then I haven't been back over there and sang I haven't really sang anywhere except here. Y'all see, I just be posting 4 songs a day. Suddenly I'll get on a roll and I'll just start posting songs. And a lot of people don't like that. Like I've had some songs with tons of views, and I'm so proud. Like that one that had like 400 and something views. I was shocked first of all because it's an older song, but and I didn't feel like I did that great. But when I saw it, I was like so proud. It made me so excited and so proud. And like, you know what? Some people must enjoy this. It must not all be about having to be live. But I think he might one of his profiles says married, but the person who he's supposedly married to, her whatever profile shows that she still has her last name. Like she's not married, and there's not pictures of them together, and there's not pictures of like him and the grandkids together, none of that. So I feel like if he was married or had someone like very committed, like she would be in a lot of those pictures or something, and she's not. So I haven't entirely talked myself out of it. I don't want to fight with somebody because I don't want to be disrespectful. I want to ease into, like, I don't want to miss this opportunity to check in and be like, "Hey, I've just been going down memory lane and I wanted to see if you were around and how you were doing and like what's up and like do you want to talk?" And I'm going to do it. Like I said, I wanted y'all tonight to kind of help pump me up or give me some ideas. And I keep calling her my little one, my youngest daughter. She is 100% with me. And she's like, I'll type it out if you'll say it's okay to hit send. Like she's all about it. And so, yep, Sub Zero. See, I go by Amy, which is weird because most people do the Mandy instead of Amy when they are breaking down that name Amanda. And so I can't talk. I already had that on my list as a song I wanted to sing. I've never sang it before, but I've always wanted to. And that night, I remember us kind of bonding over that. And I was like, I will put that in my little folder and I'll sing it next time when I see you. And then I've not ran into you like when I'm singing. But you know what? I'm going to sing it. And if I can, tag you in it somehow. So I'll be sure that you will see it. Because I was always going to sing it for you anyway. The profile posted, the last time it posted was April. And it was a picture, me and my grandbabies. And it was like him and his son and his um, granddaughters. And they're young. So, I mean, he had kids kind of young. And then they have had kids young. So he's a young grandfather. But they are just, it looks like they had a family event, like a birthday party or something, and he just posted a picture. It doesn't look like he does a lot of posts of anything but pictures. But then again, I can't, it's that weird one that I can't friend, I can only follow. But because of that, it should let me see anything because you can only follow it. The one that says married, yep. But there's no pictures of them. There's no picture of him and a girl. 0 pictures. And then the person on another profile, not even that one, it says married to or in a relationship with. And I was like, okay, this is going to be her. I clicked on it and then I went to hers and she's not got pictures with him. She's not in a relationship with him. So I'm thinking they were never officially married. They just kind of considered themselves, like common law married or whatever. And he may have just never changed it. or he has another girlfriend that he's been with for a while or something and he considers himself married. I don't know why it would say that, but it does say that. But not all of them say it. Just that one in particular, it does say it. But in the picture, you would think it would be him, his son, and his grandbabies, and it's just him and his son. No wife anywhere on any of the pictures. I don't know. Facebook married. I mean, maybe. I'm not gonna lie. Back in the day, he could have had any girl he wanted. That's why I talked myself out of it and thought, like, he's out of my league. He's too hot for me, you know. And I kind of do Sub Zero. It depends. I like a couple of his songs, but most of the things I like of his are cover songs. He did a cover of Nutshell by Alice in Chains, and he killed it. He did such a fucking awesome job of that song. So it's on my playlist. I love, love, love Upchurch's version of Nutshell. So you have one like that. So there are people that are Facebook married. Hey, I know this guy that's a tattoo artist, and he puts widowed because he says he has so many women hit him up just to get free or discounted tattoos, and that they are constantly just everywhere filling up his inbox, like whatever, and that he can't put divorced or in a relationship or whatever because they still think they got a chance. So he put widowed so that they would feel kind of like bad and they just wouldn't bother him. Because at first I was like, oh, I'm so sorry for, I know how that's, I know about that, and I'm very, very sorry. You're very young to have had to go through such. And then he's like, well, I'll tell you like a little secret. I put it that way because all these women wanting free tattoos and wanting to, fill up my inbox. And I'm just trying to have a successful business. And it's not that I don't want to date, it's that I'm going to meet somebody face to face that I want to date. I'm not going to find tattoo hoes or whatever. He did. I'm glad you're with me there, Sub Zero. That he did. You could tell passion was in that song, where he talks right before it, and he says, I grew up in the holler, and one of the bands we listened to was Alice in Chains, where he gives that little speech right before. Like, dang, you think he's still married, Mary Jane? If a wife or partner comes at you, just say, "Girl, I'm a lesbian. Don't worry." You have one like that. I thought widowed would make them sympathetic towards him. He said for whatever reason, it made them so uncomfortable that they didn't know what to say. And if they did come toward him, they might like ask some questions and hint at it, but they wouldn't full on be like, hey, I'll give you this if you'll give me a free tattoo, or like just get nasty with him in the DMs. And he said some people have done that, and for him that's worked for him. So I don't know. And then some people, put on there it's complicated or whatever, but on the ones I found, because he's on Instagram, I did the following Instagram thing too. He just doesn't have much on any of them. It looks like he started a profile and then abandons it and then starts another one. This latest one that you can only follow is the only one that has like more personal pictures. And let me just say, why does he have so many friends? Most of them are women, tons of women. And now he used to be the fuck boy, like he was the hot guy, and he had women lined up. So doesn't surprise me, but some of these women look like fake, like bot type women, like that send out friend requests to 187 men, and they just don't realize that Grampy ain't sugar daddy. He ain't the one. But he's good looking. He ain't the one to be sugar daddying it up. So I don't know if he put that for a reason, if he has some kind of evil genius, like, oh, if they think I'm taken, they'll want me even more, or God, I got too many women coming at me, or I don't know. But he always was the whole ladies' man, and that it doesn't surprise me. But the majority are women, but a lot of them look like too good to be true for this area that we live in here. Like a lot of models. See, my friend that passed away that I told you I had been putting off contacting, she was a lesbian and she was married, like happily married in a relationship, and her wife had kids. And I just kept putting off contacting her. Like, I don't know why. I don't know why. She was like going to be my last person I contacted, and she would have known everything because she grew up right there with him. And when I went to do it, I was like, I got the guts today. I've been sick. I'm stuck here in the bed. I'm going to do it. My daughter is pushing the buttons and she's like, oh, mom, we got to undo. We got to hit undo. We got to undo that button. And I was like, what? And she's like, she just passed away. Like, just passed away. And she turned the phone around and showed me where her daughter had put a message. And I was like, oh my God. And I just started crying. Like, and it's not that we were like best friends or anything like that, but I hate myself for not doing it. And I don't want to do the same thing with this. I just want to make sure I go at it appropriately. Yeah, Richard, see, I have been completely single now for almost 8 years since my divorce. And before that, we were together 20 ish years, since I was like, I don't know, a teenager. Let's just say teenager. And so Grampy Wade and my ex have crossed paths and they hated each other. And I went with the other path, and I have two beautiful children, and I don't regret that. But I do want to know what would have happened the other way, because me and Grampy Wade were very comfortable together. We would have made a cool little couple, I think. And I would have I would have been the good for him. I would have helped him be I would have helped him not go down such a crooked path, I guess you could say. I would have been like the good person, good girl, and bad boy relationship. Not that I could have like saved anybody from their self, but yeah, I'm so sorry for your loss, Richard. I've had a lot of loss around me, and that it was a weird thing. That guy that I talked to, that was the tattoo guy, how we got on the topic was obviously me talking about losing so many family. And he said, yeah, on my Facebook profile, I put that because I don't want people coming at me for a free tattoo or just for whatever reason. And he said, I tried it both ways, and I have found out that if I put widowed, that women tend to just leave me alone. And that way I can just date like a normal person. And so he's a single guy, to be an older guy. He's not gotten married. He's an old, probably forever bachelor. He wants to always be dating and play in the field, but he don't want a bunch of what he calls tattoo hoes who's in there trying to get a free tattoo. But yeah, Andrea, she was happily married. She was a lesbian, happily married, had a wife, and they had kids they raised together. And that's why I was in shock. Like, what happened? Oh my God! And her daughter had put like a little brief on what happened, and it just it made me want to kick myself for not doing it. Not contacting her and saying like, hey girl, what's up, I'm just contacting you, and then working it into the conversation like, how's Wade? I knew you'd know what he was up to, and I didn't, and now I feel horrible. If he says add me to Snapchat, then you know he's married. He doesn't have, well, I don't even know if I have Snapchat, girl. He has Instagram and Facebook. I have not found TikTok. And then I don't think I have Snapchat. And the chick that he had that he was connected to is married. Um, she doesn't look like one of the girls that would have been lined up for him back in the day. Like I told you, he had some beautiful girls, and that's why I thought like I'm not pretty enough or I'm not whatever enough. But I mean, me and him did hook up. We hung out. Like I considered him kind of like my party guy friend or whatever. Like that. Like I said, I kind of want to go back and ask myself like, what if that night I was at his birthday party that we were hosting at my house, and I left my house and went and drove across town and went to hang out with what would end up being my husband and father of my kids. But if I would have stayed on my comfortable couch in my pajamas, hanging out with my friend, having his birthday party while they were drinking and whatever, I don't know why I did that. Like I've talked to my daughter about it even and been like, I don't have regrets or whatever as far as that goes. Like I was with my husband for 20 something years. I just want to know, like, would I have been a good influence? And yeah, him been a bad boy, but not gone off into such a bad path. Um, would it have mattered? Would I have gone down a bad path with him? Because man, I'm telling y'all, he was. If this whole story ever plays out and me and him are laughing and talking, and I tell him like, hey, I shared this online because he's the kind of person he wouldn't give a shit at all. I'm gonna be like, you want to go on live with me and let's show these people that like we caught up and we're friends and whatever. Then if he's willing to do it, trust me, I'll be asking him, and we'll come on here and you'll get to see. Oh, I didn't get to finish saying, y'all. I'm getting all over the place, but yes, Sub Zero. I will be putting I'll put that song on there and I'll try to remember to tag you so that you can see it. So just keep checking back. I'll make sure that's one of my next ones I do. But if that's a good idea to say, Tashi, I'm sure it probably won't be the first time somebody has said that, just to kind of like back out of it, because he still has so many women. If you looked at his profile, Tasha, you would probably within 5 seconds say, "Yep, most of those girls are fake. He is a little hoe. He, is a little, porn addict or something, and he's got all these women on here, these little hoe women. He don't talk to none of them. They're mostly bots that have contacted him looking for a sugar daddy, and he's keeping them on there because they look good. Like they don't look like anybody from around here, and he has stayed around here the whole time. He's not moved away. He has stayed in the same place. See, Mary Jane Doe, for me, I went with the other bad boy, the not quite so bad boy, but he was still bad boy, and I wasn't able to really change him. Ultimately, he went down a bad path anyway, and he wasn't able to be the family man that I wanted and needed for my kids. So I couldn't save him, even though that's what I did for a living. I was a counselor slash social worker. Like I worked helping people every day, those who can't do help, but I couldn't help him. He had to want that. And I don't know. I, honestly, in this case, I don't care. It's like I miss my friend when I think about me and him just like hanging out and stuff, and just all the fun we used to have together. I know I was 20 or 19 or whatever back then, but like we had so much fun. Like it came an ice storm and we got on like little fake sleds and we played in the ice. Like in the summer, we got in my car, we went to the drag strip, we turned the music up. We never watched TV or a movie at all at my house. We always just had music. We would be smoking, listening to music. They would drink beer. I didn't drink it. I can't get drunk. I've already had that conversation with y'all. I have something weird where I can't get drunk. I can smoke weed, but and it makes me chill, but I can't get drunk. So it's a total waste. So that back then I would buy the guys beer. I'd be like, hey, it's y'all's birthday or what up? Here's money for a case of beer. Y'all go get beer, bring it back, and we'll party, whatever. And that night I left his freaking birthday party. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened in my brain that night, but I left. Ended up marrying that person and having two kids. But I always am going to look back and think about not just that night, but just mine and his friendship. We had a cool little, I guess, friendship. He was kind of my, like, in between relationships. Me and him would be more than friends. We would hook up. But then we always kind of just fell back into this comfortable. We were friends and we would hang out. Me comfortable enough to have my pajamas on the couch, like snuggle up next to him on his birthday. Just while I got out of my pajamas, got dressed, redid my makeup and hair, and got in my car and went across town and left my friend's birthday party to talk to this guy. I don't know. I do not know what happened. Like my kids said, you must have been going through some kind of early life crisis because it doesn't make sense. I should have never left his birthday party. I'm not that kind of friend. I wouldn't have left his birthday party. I don't know why I left. But I want to feel I want to I can't talk, y'all. I want to follow through. I want to follow it all the way through and see. And I'm not sure, Tashi, about the grass being greener. I can tell you that there can definitely be a glow up made with Grampy Wade and him look just as fine or close to as fine. But my now ex husband, there ain't no way to glow him up at all. He just went down, 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 down. In all the ways, not just looks. He was not a family man, not who I needed him to be or my kids needed him to be. Yeah, I am so sorry, Richard, if you're still here. I'm reading y'all's thing. That's cool. You're smart if you learn from your own mistakes. You're wise if you learn from others. Yep. I don't know. I don't know if it even matters what would have happened. I just miss that. Like I always tended to get along better with guys. I never had like a lot of friends around me. I would go to concerts and stuff and have a lot of friends around me, but as far as close friends, I never had like a ton of close girlfriends that like we all hung out and went to brunch together or whatever the hell. Or I wasn't a sorority girl, none of that shit. And I would mostly gravitate toward hanging out with guys because of the drama. I hate drama. Like I told y'all, I get embarrassed easy and I get my feelings hurt easy. And so girls would tend to just be mean no matter where you go. I don't know. There's only a handful. And usually I can tell very quickly if I'm going to be able to be a close friend with them or not. But with guys, they just didn't engage in any of that. It was stupid to them. They would roll their eyes and move on to the next whatever. But he was ladies' man. He did always have the girls. That's why I didn't think I had a chance. I knew he was my, kind of my rebound guy and that we were like close and that we always had fun together and stuff. But as far as thinking I could have him like as a boyfriend, like a serious relationship, I didn't think that was possible. So I guess I went after the person I thought would be interested in having a serious relationship and having a family and having all the things that I wanted at that time that I was working toward. And I couldn't have been more wrong. He said he wanted all those things, but he was way too immature. He still, to current date, is not mature enough to be the dad, the husband, and we don't have any interaction with him unless it's an emergency. I mean, I hate to say that, but like my daughter had surgery earlier this year and he came to the hospital. Um, on a birthday or a Christmas, he might come over or call. That's it. And it's very sad for them. I don't miss him. It took me 7 years to not miss him. And I haven't dated anybody. I haven't moved forward in any way, shape, form, or fashion. I'm still truly still have kept my marriage vows intact. He has not, and he is now remarried. But he was a cheater amongst many other issues. But yeah, I just when I wasn't, and when I've ever been in a relationship, I'm very, very loyal, and I I just always thought, he's never going to be the kind of guy that's going to settle down. And I'm always going to have all these girls to compete with. And I'm never going to be that girl that he chooses. So I'll just be his friend. I'll just be, he'll hook up with me in between my serious boyfriends or whatever I thought I had. And I would come home crushed or whatever. And he would always be like, oh, come here. And we would end up like hooking up. I'm reading y'all's things. If I get quiet for a minute, y'all, I'm like, here I am, like moving closer to the computer, like trying to read. Yeah, why? I don't know, Sub Zero. Why? Why do we have to do that? I try so hard to stay out of it because I have watched so much. And see, same, Mary Jane, my daughter. I have 17 and 14, and they are so many mean, mean girls. And I mean, some of them start out and they're like, "Oh, you're new to the school. I'll show you around. You're going to be a cheerleader on our team. Cool. I'm a cheerleader too. Like, let's be best friends." And then 2 weeks later, they like have a hate page about them, or I mean, it's crazy, insane how horrible some of these young ladies are, if you can call them young ladies even. And now with Snapchat and TikTok and all the stuff that I barely have mastered YouTube, if you can even say mastered. Much less, I'm like, Tashi, do I have Snapchat? I don't know. I really don't. But if he says add me to Snap, trust that my little one will be grabbing my phone and making me have a Snapchat because she wants to see how this is going to end. She's like, I don't know if she's cheering me on for like success of like me and him at least being able to be friends and kind of me getting to have that fun time back, or even just seeing how the story ends. I don't know, but she's all in. She's ready to help me compose a text. And this is the one, Tashi. I know you've talked to Rain more, but this is Lainey. She's the one. She's my little rom com. Me and her watch all the romantic comedies. We're the hopeless romantics. And it's not that she looks at a picture of him and is like, oh, yeah. She sees the same thing. He's a grandpa now. He's calmed down. It looks like a little anyway, but it looks like he did hit some rough patches. And she's like, Mom, he might have a lot of profiles because he has been in and out of jail. And I was like, maybe, because it does look like he did at one point. Oh, and one thing, Tashi, if you're still here, he has got some beautiful tattoos because his little brother that has passed away, he one of the things he did, he was in the military, but he also did tattoos and did very, very good job at it. Different tattoo guy than I was talking about earlier that put he was a widow. This his was his little brother, and he is all tatted up. I don't know if they're all ones that his brother did or some are from jail or where they're all from, but he has some beautiful tattoos. Oh, I keep not getting to that part. Yes, little bitches. I'm with you, Mary Jane. There are some seriously there it started in like 4th grade. 4th grade, these girls were like new boyfriend every week and oh, you're sitting at the table with my boyfriend? I don't think so. And would go on just a little hate campaign. And we actually had a young lady in our town. She was in she was in she would have been 14, her first year of high school. Um and she unalived herself because of social media, because of a bunch of girls on social media making fun of her, finding out who she is, her sexuality, like her, just like she's young. She hasn't even decided like what's going on, with her and who she is, and she was exploring that side of her life, and they took that and ran with it and encouraged her, and she unloved herself. And I, went to school with and have known her mom and dad my whole life from kindergarten on, and it broke them. And she had a little sister, and so she and her mom and dad, her little sister and her mom and dad all have to keep going and moving forward. And her mom is a teacher at that school with those girls. Probably you can't say exactly which ones were the ones, saying do it or whatever, or you should just go whatever yourself. But that to me is so, it is scary and it's horrible because it happens every single day. And this is a family that is like an upper middle class family, well known in town. Like, I would have never dreamed, her mom is a teacher at that school. Never dreamed in a million years. And her dad is a lawyer. Like, they have a nice life, that they would target her because she was doing something that's a little different and make fun of her and encourage her. You might as well just do that. To the point where she did. And now her little sister doesn't have a big sister anymore. And they tried so hard to have a child in the first place. They had to go through fertility treatments and stuff to have their first child. So they lost that child they fought so hard to even have. And then her little sister, once they had her, it was kind of like, oops, but yay, oh my God, this is a miracle. We're having, we're getting to have your brother or sister when we didn't even think we were going to be able to have you. And they all were a very happy family. And just because she had kind of, as she was figuring out herself as a young lady, she had chosen something different. They latched onto that, and little bitches, like you said, ruined a whole family, a community. Just it's so sad. It's a very very sad thing. But yeah, that goes to show how early it starts, with people being bitches, with people being mean, starting drama for no reason when there's so much else that we could be talking about. There's no reason to zero in on something like that in someone's life, and that's everything. That's their label now, and because it doesn't match up with yours, they should just go off their stuff. No, that's a young child figuring out who they are in the world, and if you don't like it, walk away and go hang out with some other people. Keep your mouth shut on the way out of the exit. You don't have to be saying nothing. That's just, I don't know. I've tried, like I said, to kind of step back lately and just watch instead of talking. And like a lot of times I've sat here in the comfort of my own home, in the safety of my own home, but just thought, God, that hurt me to hear that person say that. We are adults on here. Why in the world are people being so mean to each other. Like it's ridiculous, it's uncalled for, and I don't want to be a part of it at all. Hey Mel, how are you doing? Mel X. I keep forgetting about the X part. How are you? I was I know I want to say somebody told me you were asking about me. I can't remember who it was now because I've just gotten back on here. I have taken like a little break because I was sick, kids were sick, and then I was going to get back on here at one point, and there was so much arguing and bickering and stuff in the communities that I was like, I'm just going to listen to some music and I'm going to just kind of recover and whatever, and then I'll get back on here. And so I just posted songs and kind of did my thing for a while. And then my last song, I didn't do a good job, but I did do a dedication to a friend I lost. So I felt like that's the only thing I can give sometimes as a gift, because that's like the thing I feel like I guess that I'm kind of good at. And so I wanted to sing a song like just in remembrance of her. And while I was sick, that's what I was telling them. I was getting into like looking back at the past and like, I wonder what happened to this person, that person, which always leads you down a rabbit hole. And I was, catching some of these guys that might not have been here at the beginning up with the story of guy back from the past, hot guy, Grampy Wade, I call him. That I looked him up and was so shocked at first to find out, like, oh my God, he's a grandpa, and like, oh my God, and I forget, like, I'm old enough technically. If I would have had children young, I could be a grandma, I guess. And like, I just have to step outside and look at myself sometimes and be like, okay, girl, you are not like all that young anymore. Calm down. But and I want to reconnect with him. And in that journey, have found out that there's a lot of people that are gone, and it's just really sad. And then we started talking about, Mean Girls and how it caused someone to lose their child in this community because of people online encouraging this child to unalive themselves. Just horrible, horrible. And it's stupid for us as adults. We're supposed to be their example, and we're on here acting crazy. And no, I'm not. That's why I put it in the title. I'm sure people are like, what? I don't even want to go into that live. But it's just, I'm not going to tolerate it at all anymore. I don't care who you are. I'm just, if you are fighting for fighting's sake in the comments, or you don't want to be a part of things because there's someone in here you don't like and you can't control yourself, like, I'm just not going to do the drama at all on here, even if it means I have 2 people listen to me, then so be it. Thank you, Mel. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. I haven't seen anybody in a while. Like I said, I just had to step back. And then I got sick before I was about to step back in. And then I got lost in the rabbit hole and found all of the contact info for me to make that jump and contact Grampy Wade and see what's going on with him, and see if I can just, I don't know, renew that friendship from the past. Yep, we are. And it's unnecessary. I can just keep saying that, but you know, this is supposed to be like an entertainment platform, but what people have found now as entertainment is like bloodbath sports on a freaking live. Like, we're supposed to be on here watching true crime, and we're causing, crimes against each other. Um, I just don't want a part of that at all. I don't care. I don't care the circumstances anymore. I can't let it steal what little peace and joy I do have. And I don't have a lot of people in my life anyway. So I want to try to make friends on here, but you have to be really careful. You just do. It's not even about stealing joy. It's about some people just being just horrible, just nasty, horrible people for no reason. No reason. Oh, wait. This is something I've been meaning to do. Oh, and I've got to get back to the second picture. Y'all, if I don't say it in a minute, just say somebody type in second picture so I won't mess it up. I will tell y'all. Because y'all know how I'm all over the place, my mind, and I get off track and okay. I just gave you a wrench, Sub Zero, because I've been knowing you for a long time, and I always forget to do that too. And I'm glad to see you over here so I can sing you that song that I've been supposed to sing you for 2 years probably now. I don't even know how many. It's at least been a year. I started singing last year. I've been keeping up with all the songs I've sang on here since July of last year. So almost a year. I started singing on Dazed Campfire Karaoke in July, and then I sang on Angels, and I've sang 139 different songs on here, whether it was on my channel, Tattooed Angels, or Dazed Campfire Karaoke. Between those three channels, 139 different songs. So I've kept a little catalog so that I can say at some point my goal is 150, which I'm not going to have a problem meeting that. I keep raising the bar, but I want to be able to just say, okay, here they are. And I want to put them in some kind of order because right now they're just in a mess of a list. But I want to put them like in like 80s or like all the Madonna songs or all the, because y'all know I do a lot of like one person. That's like my specialty. I sound more like them or whatever. So I got 139, y'all. It's a lot. Yeah, see, the thing is, Mel, with us here, the three of us, it's like if one person gets sick, usually I get them sick because they're so sweet and they take care of me and help me with so much. Or we get each other sick or whatever. And then after I've stepped back for a while, it's like you get a sense of peace. I think everybody has to have that YouTube break that I was about to step back in and saw so much drama and so much fighting and stuff going on from the bushes that I was just like, you know what? I was fixing to tip tack. Oh my God, y'all. Tiptoe back in. And I don't think I'm going to because it looks like people are fighting just for fighting's sake. And I can't. I just can't. But thank you. Thank you for that, Mel. And one of the things I found from my sick bed and looking up the past and all that was that I had lost some friends from the past, and I was stupid in waiting. And I've got a few people in the chat saying, "Do it, do it, do it," and I am going to um, make contact with. There's one person from that time period in my life as like a young, like 20, either 20 or like 19, that age range, that I've been wanting to contact, and I've been afraid to contact him. He was like the hot guy, um, but we were friends too. And I just, with marriage and kids and all, lost touch with him. And now I want to find out. I've, as I've gone through that process, have found out so many people are gone. And the one last person I was going to make contact with, I kept putting off. And so I finally got the courage, and I was going to contact her and be like, "Hey, how's he doing? You know, what's going on with him now?" Because she was his neighbor and she would know. And I friended her, and then I went on to scroll on down and look, or my daughter had my phone and she was doing it. And she said, "Oh, mom, go back, unsend or unhit that, unrequest." And I was like, what happened? And she said, "She just died." Like within a very short period of time. Had I not waited, had I not sat on that and just waited and put it off and talked myself out of it, I could have gotten to talk to a friend. And because I put it off and put it off within that time frame, she was gone. And I don't want to kick myself and regret not reaching out at least and trying. And I know a lot of y'all, like, y'all will see I've dedicated a song to him, and I've talked about all of our fun times back in the day and how he was the hot guy and how it's hard for me to like to digest that he's a grandpa now. So hard because just it seems like yesterday like that we were young and hanging out and I don't know, it's just weird. But I do have a way to contact him now, I think, and I just got to do it. I just got to do it. So I've been focusing on that rabbit hole I got myself in and kind of getting myself back together after finding out so many people were gone, and especially her, because I just didn't expect to have lost her. And for it to be like right then, right when I finally talked myself into it, see that if I wouldn't have put it off, that I would have gotten to talk to her. And now I can't ever talk to her again. Here now and then. Okay. I'll probably like it. Because if Sub Zero, if you know how much I like his version of Nutshell, that's kind of the songs I like. I like usually ballads, slower songs, and he has a great voice depending on the song. Some of his more upbeat, like faster stuff, I don't like, but I don't like that in general. And most of the time, I'm a ballad, love song kind of girl during my double off time. Yep. So it is called, wait, hang on. Here, no, wait, here, then, wait, here, there, now, then. Is that what it's called? Here, there, now, then. Yep. I waited too long, Mel. And that's what Tashi and a few others people are saying in the chat. Like, don't wait. Do it. If you have the number now, text. Just say, keep it short, sweet, and say, I'm just wanting to catch up, see how you are, you know, and just see what kind of response I get, because he's the last of our little group of 19, 20ish during that time frame, and he was the hot guy that I didn't think I could have, but he was also my guy friend that I hung out with and stuff, and we had moments where we did get together, like in between boyfriends. He would be my comfort, and we would be hanging out, like listening to music or chilling or whatever, and he would be like, oh, it's okay, it's his loss or whatever, and we would end up like hooking up or making out or whatever, just like, I don't know, I was very comfortable with him, and I just considered him a friend too. But he also was the guy I thought I could never have like long term. And that's what I wanted. I wanted like the commitment. I wanted the relationship. And he didn't seem like that kind of guy. He was always the guy that could have any girl. And I didn't think I was in that league. And I could kick myself because looking back, I was in that league. I could have had him. I was, attractive. I was smart. I was goal oriented. I had a job. Was surrounded at that time by friends. I don't have a lot of friends now, but at that time I had a lot of friends, and I just was closer to him. I've always been closer to just a few girlfriends, more guy friends, because of the drama factor. I can't have like a large group of girlfriends and every week one of them hate another one and they want you to hate them too, and I can't, like, I just, and especially now that I've lost a lot of family and it's just me and my daughters and I watch them have to go through the mean girl stuff. I refuse to continue to put myself through that at 40 something years old. I can't. Life is too short. It just is. And case in point, my friend Andrea, she was younger than me, and she, thankfully, some of her daughters, she had four and all daughters. Some of her daughters are old enough to take care of her younger ones, thankfully. And her partner, her wife, um, I'm sure is going to step in and help. But I mean, all four of those kids, they lost their mom, and now I didn't get to say I didn't get to ask, not just selfishly ask about, Grandpa Wade, but to say, how are you doing? I haven't talked to you in a while. Like, hey, girl, like, because I'm so awkward, I talked myself out of contacting her, and now I can't. And it's sad, and I don't even know what to say to her daughter other than I'm sorry. And because of all the losses I've had, y'all have heard me preach and say, you can say I'm sorry for your loss, and it still hurts. And you can say, if I'm here if you ever need anything. And I tell people, don't say that. Do you know how many people have said that to me? And I have needed them, and I have reached out to them, especially me being, a single mom, and it literally is me and just them now. And reach out to someone who I worked with or who I've known my whole life in this community, and they were the one hugging me at the funeral and telling me that, or hugging my child even and saying that. And guess what? If I ever needs anything, call. Don't hesitate. We called, and not there. Or if you ever need to talk, nope, not there. So honestly, if you are somebody who's not going to follow up, who's not going to be there, who's not going to do those things, don't say them. As somebody who's gone through it so much, honestly, just say condolences to you and your family. That literally, I know it sounds cold, but if that's all that you can do, and that's all you're going to actually follow through and do, then that's all you need to say. Because if you say the rest, you end up truly making yourself out to be maybe well intentioned, but a well intentioned liar. And I hate to say that, but it's just a fact. And I know you can't go around and like take care of everybody and be there for everybody, but I heard that so much, especially when we lost a child in our family in a tragic way. So many people lined up and were saying, "Oh, especially these babies, if we can be there for them in any way." Okay, I got two young kids and I'm a single mom. Yeah, I reached out to those people and I needed them for these babies, especially if you need them, if you need anything, and they were not there. So just because it's something that we're taught to say, don't say it unless you mean it. Just don't. I do too, Mel. There are some good people on here. There are. I don't want to just focus on the bad. I'm just saying that's a lot of why I do take breaks. A lot of why I do some watching from the bushes, and I don't jump in. And a lot of times I'm just about to jump in and say like, "Hey, what's up, everybody?" Because y'all know there were chats I was in religiously every single day, and that's how I met a lot of y'all. And I would go sing like every single weekend. Um, but a lot of them now, before I can even say anything, I'll see there's already a huge fight going on. And I'm like, nope, not joining in on that. And sometimes I feel bad about it. I feel bad that I don't get in there and take up for somebody because I'm watching them being treated like absolute shit. And sometimes it's by somebody that I thought was a good person. And I don't know if they've just flipped out for the day or the week or the year, or I don't know what. I don't know what even might have caused it, but when I see it happening, like it hurts me. And I just am like, nope, I can't. I have to keep my sanity. I will just go listen to some music. And that's what I've done for the last few weeks, which I was also sick. And I just when I could feel like it, I sang a song and put it on here. And when I didn't, y'all, I was digging in the rabbit hole. But oh, second picture. Even though y'all, somebody might have topped it, even though y'all didn't, let me tell y'all before I don't tell y'all. Okay. got the first picture in my mind of what he looked like back then. I'll never forget. Burned in my mind forever. Beautiful. God, he was so beautiful. And what he looks like now, in his grandpa picture with his granddaughters, who are gorgeous, cute little girls, um, and his son. In between there is a picture of him when his kids were little. It's a picture of him and his sons, one on each arm of the chair, and him in the middle. And he, I don't know if Tashi, if you're still listening, but anyway, he's got the neck tats. He's all tatted up, and instead of having the long, beautiful hair when he was young, he had long hair. You know how I love some long hair. He was completely like buzz cut it off and just shockingly just as beautiful. But from that was 12 years ago. It was a 2012 picture. So I got like 1990 something, late 90s, long hair, beautiful, to 2012. I have some youngish, like elementary school age, whatever, boys, two boys. I got two girls. He had two boys. And still looking good. And then now definitely looks more grandpa-ish. But I think if we buzzed his hair off, he's still got all the tattoos. He's still built about the same, still dressed the same, like still in this lives in the same area. Like we could do a glow up and hot guy Grampy Wade could be hot 2012 guy again. I literally think if he would get rid of the beard, the Papa Smurf beard, and buzz the hair off, still got all the tattoos, the dark hair, dark eyes, dark skin. Like he's still under there. He's under that big beard. I can see he is still there, y'all. And he is beautiful. And I don't know, he could be a total asshole now, but back in the day, like he was so fun. Like I said, I was on the couch in my pajamas. I had to work the next day and open. I worked at a clothing store at the mall and was in college, and I had to get up and open the store the next morning. Why in the world I left his birthday party? I had given them money to go get beer, and we were having just like a little party. And I was like, I'm not drinking anything, y'all. I need to go to bed, but I don't want to leave your party, so I'm just gonna like hang out. And so I was like on the couch, like snuggled up to him, hanging out. He was drinking, everybody was, doing whatever, having their good time, listening to music, whatever. And like I had to walk through the kitchen to my bedroom and shut my door. That's it. And I don't know why, but I answered a phone call and ended up getting redressed, getting in a car, driving all the way across town back into the city, and going and seeing somebody I hadn't heard from in a long ass time. And I don't know if I had a temporary moment of insanity or what is it? Curiosity. I don't know what the hell. But I left his birthday party and I ended up marrying that guy and was with him for 20 years and have two beautiful children by him, and can't say I have regrets, but do want to know what would have happened, and would could we have stayed friends, because he was like a comfort to me, and he was, I don't know, he was more than just beautiful. And I want to know, you know. Hot guy summer, lol. He, like, we had summer and winter sub zero. Um, but yeah, buzz cut. Yeah, the hot guy. He got the summer buzz cut, and he still looks good. And I'm thinking, like, yeah, let's say it's too hot for that beard. Let's cut all that beard off. Let's buzz that hair off. You know, you already, just naturally have the tan and pretty brown eyes, and like under there is still hot guy. I can see it. I can see it, y'all. More than just beautiful. I'm telling you, he was funny. He liked similar music to me. Some of his music he liked was a little bit heavier, but like he knew I liked the ballads and stuff, and he was cool with it. And when he would let me listen to the same music, he wouldn't be like fighting over the music channels back in the day because we never watched movies together ever. We only listened to music always and talked. And like I said, I would be dating another guy, and he would like pull me over to the side and be like, "Really?" And then just like smirk at me, like, you want to be with me. Like, and then when I would break up with that person, or they would break up with me, and I would be all heartbroken or whatever, like, me and him would end up hanging out. And just, he was always the person I kind of bounced back to. And that last time, I just got involved in that relationship and stayed in it and married him and had 2 children and stayed married for 12 years. And I never, ever went and revisited that part of my life, that time. And now we're all in our 40s, and some of us are no longer here, and it's sad. And before he's not here, like, y'all, y'all know I'm sappy, right? Somewhere on here, unless I privated it, there is a live where I found my old journals and I was reading them to y'all, and it was like poetry. Y'all, last week while I was sick, I told y'all I do some impulsive shit when I'm sick. Um, I wrote a poem. Like, my kid got up and I was like, "Hey," they're like, "Have you slept?" And I said, "Nope." And they're like, "Oh my God, you need to get some sleep." And I said, "I wrote a poem. Do you want to hear it?" And they're like, um, "I guess." And I'm sitting here reading a poem I wrote about him. Y'all, I done wrote a poem about Grampy Wade. Not only have I sang songs on here and put in the description dedicated to Grampy Wade, if y'all know, hee hee. I wrote a freaking poem about him. And if I didn't know y'all would laugh so hard at me, I would read it. I was thinking I was going to do it tonight, but I know y'all are going to be laughing. There's going to be like laughy faces all in the comments. You're going to be like my daughter. She puts both of her hands over her mouth. She won't laugh at me, but like if she's going to laugh about something, she physically will cover her mouth so you can't tell. What? Rapper? I don't think she would rather do any of that. I know, Mary Jane, though it's an unknown mystery. I have to know. And my youngest one is gonna make me. And I've made excuses. I've been like, "No, I'm too sick today. When I feel better, I want to make sure I feel completely better so that I sound good on the phone, so that I don't like say something stupid. Like, I want to make sure I compose the perfect text. Like, I've made every excuse in the world. I'm gonna do it, y'all. I don't know. Like I said, I almost didn't get on here tonight. I was like, "Oh, it doesn't look like anybody's waiting." And Mary Jane Doe, y'all can thank her. She's the reason I'm on here. And Rapper, y'all were the first two. And then Tashi came on here, and slowly I got my little group of quality people on here talking. And I'm so happy y'all stayed. Um, because I was about to say, like, it takes me a minute to talk myself into getting on here because I have such bad anxiety. And that's why I liked having Dave up here with me. Is not just I became a friend, and I miss him, and he's fun, and he helps balance out my seriousness. And not that I mean, he can be serious too. I don't know. Anyway, I just thought we were good together. I miss him, but I know he can't be here all the time. He might be taking a YouTube break. Totally get it. I took one, and I don't regret it at all. Um, but yeah, I wanted to get on here and tell y'all about it and be like, "Y'all, what should I do?" Because I don't have like friends to bounce that stuff off of. And my daughter has already decided, like, "Mom, you're going to do this. You're going to follow it through. We're going to see." Like, she's just as invested now as I am. Like, she wants to know. You're serious? Oh, you're sensitive about your shit. Yep. Yeah, find out for me, Mary Jane Doe. Um, you might have seen him. Cause don't he? I don't know. He might have, like I said, he might have taken a whole YouTube break because I haven't seen him at all. But I know he sometimes would go over on Leanies, and then rapper. I think. Well, I'm not. I don't know. I don't want to like speak. I don't know. I know shit changes on here as the world turns. But rapper, I know you're everywhere, so you might have seen him. Have you seen him anywhere? Where is Three Dot Dave? I don't know. Wherever he is, tell him I said hey. Hey boy, hey. I miss him. But I totally understand if he needed a break from As the World Turns, Days of Our Lives, whatever the hell this is sometimes on here. I completely get it because I have seen some crazy shit myself that I would not want to get involved in at all. At all. I'm not going to get involved in. Watch me. I will disappear like Batman. I am not getting in it. Oh, you're sleep modding. Yeah, if he happens to pop by, because I know he's a late nighter and he's kind of just unpredictable or wherever he goes. Um, just oh my god, I just read what rapper said. No, rapper, no, 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 because I can't handle that. If that's the case, I don't know. Even though I've never like met him, like I could not handle that at this point after finding out so many people and before I even started that journey. Y'all know I've told my story or most of my story on here, and you can go through and see all of the memorial songs that I do. I've lost my entire family. So the family that I have built on here, the few people that I do consider like family members that I do talk to, and they're few, and Dave's one of them. Um, I don't know. It would hurt so bad to have to lose those people. I get the Facebook, whatever. I get the breaks that you have to take with social media, and I just hope our paths cross again. I have to believe they will. You know. Oh, okay, girl. It's anything but boring. Um, but I did have to step away and just listen to music and stuff. And for me, the only thing I can say about it as far as boring is you are, you know, rinse, repeat, same thing. We're going to fight with this person, and then when it gets old, we're going to move over here and fight with this person. And it's always a fight because that's entertainment. And let's see how crunk up we can get this person to where we can tell their blood pressure's up and they're about to, go through the roof, or they're cussing, or they're saying horrible things about somebody, or whatever. Like, it's just not necessary. It's not. We could be on here for lifting people up, listening people sing, like whatever, like with Tashi, your art, like whatever your talent is, or just chatting with each other, just being like, hey, girl, I ate a donut today. Have you ever had a donut from so and so? It is so good. Like, just stupid stuff, just catching up, coffee club top, getting together stuff. Like, not anything so serious that you are at each other's throats. Like, it the fighting is boring. It's boring because it hurts, and it's the same thing, different people. Just a tweak here. It's one person, we're fighting with this person. The next week, I'm fighting with this person. The next week, I'm back to fighting with that person. The next week, we've teamed up and we're fighting. No, I can't keep up with it, and I don't want to. See, my go to is music. It's just, that's what I do. I step away and I step to the music. Y'all will see me over here on my thing, just posting a song I recorded, or posting pictures of my cats, or me and my daughter mostly made a fruit salad the other day and posted a picture of a big ass strawberry, like just randomness y'all will find all over my page. And then I'm telling y'all a real life soap opera story of somebody who's not involved on any true crime or music or any pages on here that I know of. um, a real life friend from back in the day that I want to contact, that I did have that crush on, friendship with, whatever, and now single for almost 8 years. I I want to know, I want to know. And after a rabbit hole and finding a picture from 12 years ago where he was looking hot, still hot, and now he's a grandpa, but underneath there I can still see that. I can still see him. Not just the hotness of him, but like just something about looking at his eyes. I can just still see him. I can still see us having an awesome conversation. Like, I've got to find out, y'all. I gotta. Y'all see, I've dedicated songs to him, all that. But rapper, you just scared me. I'm glad that you just said, um, Mel, that you've seen him or whatever. You ain't fighting at all, Mary Jane. I'm glad. Oh well, I mean, yeah, I've not seen him either. But for him to be just a voice and to want to protect his privacy or whatever, I respect that. Everybody does. You do what you got to do on here, and it can be dangerous. So if somebody wants to do that, I completely respect that. I don't push that and make somebody show me. Um, he's a good person. He became a good friend to me, and I miss him. And I hope nobody's, being shitty to him. Hope he's not being shitty to anybody. I hope everything's, the world is turning good. But I do know he likes to do a lot of outdoor stuff, and he's busy, and hopefully he is working on a tan somewhere. He is having a good time. But yeah, he does a lot of outdoorsy stuff that I wish I could do, that I'm not like physically able to do anymore. Um, and hey, if he can do it, I hope you're out there having a great time. But I do miss you and hope I see you, and or not see you, you know what I mean? I hope I see you and your three dots on here again soon, because honestly, y'all, all I was ever gonna do really was just post songs on here. And then if I got excited about like behind the music, I was gonna get on here and share that. But as far as really getting me on here and keeping me consistently going and getting me excited about it, y'all can thank Dave for that. Like, he wanted this with me, you know, for me, with me. And um, I don't care. I'll stand up with whoever. And I don't care if you like him or not. I like him. I think he's a good person. From every interaction I've had, he's never been mean to me. He's never been shitty to me. And a lot of people have on here with absolutely no reason. They don't know who I am. And most people will say, I have no clue. She's really quiet and just kind of stays out of things. And like, that's who I am. She sings sometimes, like that. I don't get involved in a lot of stuff. And I also have a lot of anxiety about getting on here. And he gave me the whatever, the push and confidence, and said, I see something in you. I think there's more people that want to hear from you. Just do it, just do it. And I don't know. I don't want to just keep going on and on, because if he does see this, he would hate that. He would hate me being gushy mushy. But I'll stand in front of anybody and say, maybe he was shitty to you. I don't know, but for me, he's somebody that really helped me with my confidence, and he's a good person. And I've never seen him treat somebody badly. I've seen him goof around and stuff, but I've never seen him just treat somebody badly. So So if you see him, yeah, tell him, hey, saw mermaid, she misses you. And if y'all see me take another dip, y'all be like, oh, I wonder what's happening. Oh, what if she got with Grampy Wade? I bet she buzz cutted his hair off and said it's too hot. It's the summertime. Mary Jane Doe said she should buzz cut his hair off and see if he still looks as good as he did. And that beard too. Stop talking about him. I know, rapper. You need to tell me. It's okay. You can tell me because I do. I go on and on about him because a lot of people do give him shit, and I don't know. He's just been a good person to me, and that's it. But yes, thank you, rapper. I do. I need reminded sometimes. And you know what? I tell people the same thing about you because you've always been so nice in here. So if you ever say anything kind of out of the ordinary, I'm like, hang on a minute. Rapper's gonna come back and he'll be nice. One day you're on here on your birthday, I think it was, and I was about to sign off and you came on and I was like, wait, rapper, happy birthday. Because you've always been so sweet to me. I know you can get on some other pages and raise hell, but you've always been really nice and I appreciate that. And I will try to calm myself from talking about him, but hopefully he will. He may, like I said, he may. It is summer. Maybe he's kayaking and tanning, and I don't know. He may be going through something. Who knows? These days, we all step away for different reasons, but I did. For it started out because I was sick, and then it started out like I don't miss it that much. I'm into my music. I'm chilling. I'm doing deep dive rabbit hole here on my past, and then I was like, I want to get on here and catch them up on it and get some advice and just see what's going on because it's been a while. It's been a month since I've gone live. You'll come back, rapper. I want to believe you will. Like I said, I always take up for you too. You've always been sweet, and like when I go to Dazed, that's the first channel I ever sang, ever got brave enough to sing on. And she always says nice things about you, rapper, over there. So from the very first channel I ever got on till right now when I'm talking to you, I've heard good things. And in between, I've seen you, have fun and, do your thing. But deep down, I know you're a good guy. We're all strange, rapper. We really, there's something I promise you. Mel probably thinks is strange as fuck about me. And I probably think there's something strange about who else? Let me scroll up here. Mary Jane. She don't care if I say it. Um, we all think something strange about each other. But I mean, one thing y'all have in common, rapper, is like you don't put your picture on here. That's not something you really want to go out and advertise. You change it up. He does that. And I respect that. I think some people have a reason for that. Some people do it, for whatever, to play games or whatever. But then some people, they're doing it because they have a family or a business or just because, And you all, like a story I told earlier about the little young girl in my community, you have to protect yourself nowadays on social media. So if someone has that type of thing going on, I don't push it. I don't say you have to show me your face. Like, no, I respect it. And you can get to know somebody without seeing their face, without knowing I mean, they can live a million miles, they can live in another country. Like, I think Mel lives in another country. Um, and you can get to know that person and know, like, they're really smart. They know about this topic that I like or this whatever. I enjoy talking to them. I see them every morning. And, when I'm drinking my coffee, I'm in this chat and I always see Mel and it makes me smile to see her name. Like, whatever. Like, we all found each other somehow. but we don't all have to think each other is are the same. We're all strange, and that's great. And if we were all the same, again, that's cheesy, but if we're all the same, we'd be boring. Granby Wade is totally different than me. We're opposites attract. Total. I can tell you one interesting story, and not everyone will appreciate it because I'm sure there's some more conservative people on here. Um, my thing, I don't want it to die on my computer. Hey, Lane, will you plug this computer up? I don't know which side the plug is coming from, but I don't want it to die on me. Um, okay, see, yeah, Mel's from a different country, and I have a feeling I could hang out with her, and she would be just cool as ever. So we all have something in common. We all have different things, and I don't know. We're all strange. And Mary Jane she probably can say, yeah, she's strange too. She thinks she's a damn mermaid. And I would just laugh and be like, yup, girl, I'm strange. I think Dolly's blocked and unblocked him many, many times. I think it's he blocks him for a little while because he gets kind of, you know, tired of whatever their back and forth banter, and then he unblocks him because I think deep down he knows he's a good guy. He likes him too. He's funny, you know, whatever. And I don't think he's ever done anything harmful. So I think in the grand scheme, he's got bigger worries than Dave to worry about. So yeah, but I haven't. I'm not over there. I know Dolly's on a lot. I always want to say Jimmy because I watched him more with the music days. But I know he has so many subscribers now. He's huge now. That I wouldn't even probably see him if I was visiting over there. When I scroll through, I there's it's moving fast. His chat is moving fast, but so I might have missed it if he was over there. But if y'all see him, tell him I said hey. Yeah, see, I don't I can't watch the game. That game bothers me, and I have my own reasons for it, and so I can't watch that game over there. And then I can't keep up with the chat anymore, but I did love it. Like there were so many nights that I couldn't sleep because I do have insomnia. My kid made me take a nap today. She like a toddler. She was like, "You are taking a nap." And she got me all set up. She's like, "Here's something to drink. Here is this, here is that. If you're going to be live, you need to take a nap. You haven't slept in 3 nights." And when I'm sick, you know how some people are sick and they go to sleep and sleep for 2 or 3 days and they wake up and they feel better. I go to sleep and I'm in the bed, like deep diving stuff and like doing whatever, but I'm not sleeping. And so then I end up sicker instead of going to bed and getting better. So I did, y'all. I took a nap. That was a good thing. And I promised myself I'm not going to stay on here 11 hours like I used to. Hey, Sunshine. It's good to see you over here. But yeah, underneath there, Mary Jane, I could say, like, oh, it is so hot. It's good to see you again. And I can't believe you're a grandpa. And you know what? I got some clippers. Let's buzz that hair off. This picture over here, you had short hair and no beard. And look at you. Let's do that. Because under there, I'm telling y'all, he's still there. But he was funny. He was a funny guy. And he, I don't know, we were just opposites, you know, the whole opposites attract thing. He was more, you know, the life of the party. Like I said, he was the guy all the girls, you know, wanted because he was, you know, back in the day, he was like back in the grunge day. He had long hair and he had like more of kind of a Native American look, dark skin, dark eyes, like pretty. He had pretty eyes, like long eyelashes, like just so pretty, in my opinion, and funny and outgoing. All the things that I'm not. I'm too serious. My jokes are a flop every time, y'all. I just don't even try because they're so horrible. I think everyone has a strong suit, and that's why I sing because I can, like I said, I can get up and sing in front of a group of people better than I can have a one on one conversation because I get too anxious and I start rambling or I just don't know how to act. I don't know how to handle it. I don't know. I have social anxiety, but the weirdest way, in the weirdest way. Oh, you never watched him, Mel. Okay, cool. I didn't know that. Yeah, thank you, Mel. That way, I need to zip it. Rapper's reminding me. Don't keep gushing about him. So you just let him know, because I do care about him. Y'all know. Y'all can look back. He helped get me pumped up to do this, or I wouldn't be here right now. But I will keep y'all posted. And I think it was Tashi. I don't know. I'm guessing she's still listening. I I will honestly once and hopefully I do get into the groove of talking to Grampy Wade. Hopefully this will all go well and whoever answers the message text will say, "Yeah, it's me." And then my phone will ring and I'll call and we'll talk and at some point in the conversation I'll be like, I told a small group of friends a story about us and now that we're talking I would love it if you would come and hop over here in the chat and like listen to some of my songs I've posted or whatever. And then I would be like, would you want to happen to hop up on panel and let these people see you and see how awesome you are? Because I've talked about you. So who knows? Y'all might get to see as for real as the world turns over here. And get to see a for real soap opera instead of these crazy made up whatever the hell is going on. Some of them are not made up. Some of them are just hurtful. Like I said, I've watched them and I got hurt and it wasn't about me. I just don't like to watch other people get hurt. It hurts me to watch other people get hurt. It may sound crazy, but I'll tell y'all another story. I'm a storyteller, y'all. I can tell stories. Um, there was a guy, and I'm not lying, his name was James Brown. And he was I don't know, he was a middle aged guy when I was like a freaking preteen at church. And I went to a very strict church. And I have a live on here posted about my spiritual upbringing and how different it was. It was very different than most people's. But they didn't believe in instruments in the church. You could not have any instruments. You could only sing a cappella, and only the men could lead the singing. And that really bothered me, but I couldn't challenge that because it was a very patriarchal, very male dominant church. No women didn't have a role in the church other than like taking care of the babies, serving the men. Like the men were the teachers, the preachers. Um, it was interesting. It was something that I ended up making a decision to not raise my children in because I had daughters and I wanted to empower them and not tell them they couldn't do, but tell them yes you can do. So I had to, I had to make a decision. But anyway, growing up, that dude was up at the front, James Brown. He was leading the singing, and he was just a, middle-aged white dude, two kids, wife, average, whatever you hear on TV. 9 out of 10 doctors say, this was just a run-of-the-mill guy. Anyway, he was up there and he would always get off key or mess up this one certain song. And I would always pray that he wouldn't sing it. I don't know why, y'all. I just would pray, like, please don't. I hope he doesn't pick that song. I hope he don't pick that song. And he would always sing it. And I don't know if like they had a request thing they turned in that like while I was in like Bible school, like the younger people would go like to a Bible school part and then everybody would get together as a whole, the adults and kids and everyone in like the main church sermon part. But while I was in there, like if the adults like were like, please, do hymn number 135 or whatever. I don't know if they did request or what, but that song would come up and he would get off key and it would get bad. And you could tell people would get uncomfortable, but they would still try to sing along. And it would continue to get worse and worse and worse. I don't know if it was because I love music or because I get embarrassed for people and I get sad for them and I get mad for them and as a bystander like I feel it. I feel what other people are going through and it's not a good thing. It's a double-edged sword. It is, but it's not a good thing. Um but anyway, when he would do it, I would get so embarrassed for him that like I would notice my eyes would start watering and I wasn't crying per se, but I would have tears coming down my face and I would just be staring straight ahead and I would be moving my lips to act like I was singing and to seem normal, but I would have tears pouring down my face. And then I found myself just sitting down. I didn't just like sit down, just pop down real quick, like or anything, but I would just kind of casually, just sit down slowly. But I would have tears running down my face and I would sit down because I would feel so bad for that man. And everybody kind of looking around, all awkward. Some people I'm sure were laughing, like whatever. Every time I would already know it was coming, I would almost want to just like run to the bathroom or something and wait until the song was over because it was just the one song. It wasn't that he was bad at it and it was every song and they should never let him do it again. It was just the one song. But anyway, y'all, that's just one part of that. I do hurt for other people when I see them going through something, whether it's embarrassment or anger or sadness or whatever. I let it affect me, and so I do have to take breaks. For a long time, I never did. I was on here religiously all the time, no matter what, and I would be, just I don't know. And then I just learned it wasn't healthy for me. It wasn't healthy for me to take that back to my kids. Um, and so I would start singing and singing. I think music is a healer. That's for me. That's what I say. Music heals. And for me, I would just step out. I would listen to music. I would sing one of the two, whichever it would make me feel better. And then I would step back in. I had to step out of true crime a lot, especially when it had to do with kids because of me having two kids and me being a single mom and there being moments where I was in a scary situation. Um, it would freak me out, and I would just be like, "This is a little too heavy. I think I'm gonna listen to some music, or I'm gonna go over here to this karaoke channel and sing, or whatever." I had to switch it up and mix it up and find where I fit, and I fit a little bit of me fits everywhere. Not all of me fits just in this one place necessarily. But like I said, I did get, you know, encouraged, inspired, whatever. My confidence built up to come over here and to do this more and to interact with y'all instead of just posting songs from time to time, And I'm not somebody that's going to do it on the daily. I know people love lives because this is how y'all get together and you get to know each other and all that. But it all started for me. YouTube period started me even learning about it was I couldn't sleep at night at all. And my kids were like, here is a little bit of everything. And I did start watching Jimmy Jams because music and the call-in show, and I found some of, y'all through this person via this person via this person, but all kind of traced back to him and music it started out with. And I would hear somebody call in and then find out they had a channel. And so I would be like, you know what? I'm going to go by and see what their channel's about. And I would meet so and so. And I would be like, oh, that's cool. Like Mel, she's from Canada, and she seems cool. And she, talks about, I don't know. I'm gonna make up something because I can't think of anything right offhand. Like she talks about nature, and she has this picture she shared of a dream catcher, and it was beautiful. And I love dream catchers, and you know, I have part in Native American in me, and I love learning about the history behind dream. I don't know, whatever. And so Mel caught my eye, and so I see her in chat, and she's like somebody every day I can count on. I can see her, and it's like a little built-in friend kind of. And same thing, like Sub Zero. I saw them on a karaoke channel, and they requested that I sang a song, and they always, you know, said good job and made me feel good about myself singing. And I'll always recognize their name now. And if they had a channel, I'd be there. Um, and I don't know, I found people in various places, but it started out because I couldn't sleep at night and I saw Jimmy Jams and thought, okay, cool, that's music. And then when the people called in, I found out more about them. And wait, I'm reading what rapper's saying. Um, the person rapper's talking about called in on Jimmy's all the time, pranking and whatever. And so it it was funny to me, and uh, I don't think he had a channel. I don't even I think he has a channel, but he doesn't put anything up much. But anyway, I ran into him in someone else's channel and thought, I always thought he was funny and interesting. And so it took a like long time, years before I ever even had a conversation with him. But I would just listen to him and laugh. He made me laugh. And so if somebody can make me laugh or entertain me or have a commonality with me, um, then and I like creative people like Tashi. She's creative. Um, and some of you guys that were over in karaoke places that I met all sing also. I've heard you sing, and y'all are singers, and like everybody has something, and we don't all have to have the same thing, but things that we admire about each other. And I will say shallowly, I admire Grampy Wade being a hot guy still underneath all that. He is. I have a feeling he is. So am I for real right, Mel? I don't know if I don't know why I went with that as an example, but I want to say I thought that's something that you and I have in common is that I do I'm from I'm from the South. I'm from Alabama. So I do have a Native American background. Um not, you know, I don't, live on a reservation. I don't have like a full like strong, super strong, but I do have enough in my family of a background to where I'm very proud about that. That is something I'm very interested in. I do have right above my head right now a dream catcher. And so I guess that's why I used it as an example. But in a way too, in the back of my head, I was thinking that you lived near a reservation, or you either were Native American or something. I'm not sure where or what or why I connected that, but for some reason when I look at my dream catcher, I thought about you. So, And the lady that made it for me, she has no Native American background at all, but she is really brilliant at crafts. I met her doing rock painting. A lot of people in our community would paint rocks and hide them, and they would put clues on like a Facebook site, and kids would go hunt them like Easter eggs, kind of. They would look at the clue and try to figure out where they were, and it would be like at a park or behind a store or whatever. And parents would take the kids around, and they would go hunt the eggs, crap, the painted rocks, and they would be some of them would be like gorgeous, like they would look like okay, cool, Mel. I was thinking, I remembered that. Um, and I've kept some of them. You're supposed to, if you're going to keep one, you're supposed to paint another one and put it back in its place. You're not supposed to just go find them and keep them all. Even though I did do that sometimes, I'm not going to lie. If I'm completely honest, I did it. And I do have a beautiful collection of some I found that are like, they are museum level paintings. Some older people in our community, that's what they started doing as like their retirement hobby or whatever, is painting these gorgeous rocks. And I couldn't, I would fall in love with them so much because some of these, like I said, they are masterpieces. I would have a hard time hiding one that good, that's that beautiful, but they would hide them. And I have one that has like a gorgeous Eiffel Tower that someone painted on it. I have one that has an old general store painted on it, down to like a teeny tiny Coca Cola, old fashioned Coca Cola sign, and a bench and a gas pump. And like you can see where it says general store, all on a little rock. And it is so pretty. Like, I need to take a picture and post it. I'll do that. Um, but I mean, some of them are simple, like little rainbows, and some of them say, dream on, or you're beautiful, or whatever, and they hide them in the park, or they hide them wherever, and the kids go and hunt them and collect them. Or they get one and they're like, I want to keep this one, Mom. And she's like, okay, but that means you got to paint some and hide them. And so, it goes round and round. But I did, when my kids, a few years ago, we were really into it. We kept a lot of really cool ones. So I need to put a picture out. And then there's a guy that's in the karaoke community, Steve. I can't think of, everybody just calls him Steve-O. He paints rocks. And Rapper, you probably know him, and well, all of y'all probably have seen him or run across him at some point. He is such a sweet guy, and if he is on there singing with you or sees you in the crowd, and you're like, "Good job, Steve-O," when he's singing, and he kind of sees your name on a regular, he will pick out like a theme that goes with your name, like sunshine. He would paint a rock with a big sunshine on it and write, sunshine, or find out that like their favorite food is hot dogs, and they would like paint a hot dog and put the word sunshine. Whatever. He paints like a little theme rock and puts like your name, like Mel X or whatever. Put that, and then he is making like a little rock garden and putting all of his friends, all the people that he's met in this little rock garden, and he's taking pictures and putting them on his channel and little videos. And so a lot of times while he's waiting for his turn to sing, he's working on a rock. And some people will even like request, like, I know you can't tell by my picture, but I really like mermaids. And um, which you can tell by my name, but just say you couldn't. I really like mermaids and blah blah blah. And so he might do one with a fish on it and put undercover mermaid. And so I think he actually did do one with either a dolphin or a whale. I can't remember. And he put my name on it, and it's in his little garden. And I just think that's so special that he did it. And not all of them, and not all of any of them that I've found are masterpieces. Some people use the little decals like people use on Easter eggs, or like little temporary tattoos. There's people that have gotten really creative. If they can't paint well, they'll paint it a solid color and then put like a cool decal or something and then like uh, gloss over it with some paint to keep it from getting messed up in the rain if it's not found immediately. And some of them are super challenging, the clues. So they'll be out there for a while before someone finds them. And I remember one my daughter wanted that had a unicorn on it. And this was a few years ago. And they put the clue out at night, and I had them already in the bed asleep, school the next morning, everything. And they put the clue out, and I was like, oh, I know exactly where it is. And I want that. She wants it. What do I do? Y'all, I got in the car in my pajamas. I drove all the way across town to the park in the dark in my pajamas. And it's not safe to do this, but I'm getting out in my pajamas and go to the playground up under the bench where they've hidden this unicorn rock. Get it. Hurry up. Get back home. Get back in the bed. And then when my daughter wakes up, I'm like, look. And she was so excited and so happy that I had gotten that rock. And I know that sounds completely insane, but, with me being a single mom and us, kind of just us against the world, the three of us, um, just little things that I could do because I can't always, afford to do big things, and we don't have family to do, big get-togethers or whatever. If there's little things that I could do to make them happy, or we could do together, or whatever, I tried to do that, and I'll never forget that night ever because there was a guy walking like I guess it's a guy that got up early and was like he would have to do his getting his running or walking or whatever in early morning hours before work or something. And he didn't mean any harm, but he could have. And he was out there with his headphones on, walking through there. And here I come in my pajamas. Oh, wait, I'm looking. Your Indian reservation is on the water. Oh, I bet that's gorgeous. I would love it there, Mel. I would, because that is something I'm very proud of. And a lot of people will argue with me and they'll say, you don't look like you have any Native American at all in you, like, and just kind of base it on that. But I do, and I have, talked to, I'm glad I got to hear some of the stories from my ancestors and my people that, have passed on now that were older, my grandparents and great grandparents, because I'm very proud. And, you know, I'm sure you may know, I don't know, a little bit about from where I am in the South, in Alabama, we do have, a strong um, percentage of people that, originated here, not people that have moved in here, but a lot of Native American people um, are people with that in their background. And, some people, just like all people, have issues with race and whatnot. That is something I'm very defensive about. If I hear anything negative about that, I'm very proud. I wish I had a bigger percentage. I would love to live on a reservation. Um, I don't know. I find that part of my ethnicity, my background, very fascinating. Oh, cool. A white buffalo. That is awesome. What do you know what they named it? I'm curious. Yep, Steve, and he loves cool shaped rocks. And I have some that I found that were hidden, and the person based what they painted on it on the shape. And one person painted a very realistic baked potato. Like they put the foil and the butter because the rock has like little eyes on it and it's the size of like a baked potato. So cool. I have a taco one. Um, I have one that's got a spider on it. I'm trying to think of some of the more like unique ones. That general store one, it is just phenomenal. Like it needs to be in a museum for real. Um, A lot of unicorn, a lot of galaxy top, star top stuff, a lot of inspirational. Just breathe, dream on, things like that. Um, Tie dyed, a lot of marbly tie dyed kind of looking. Just people have gotten really creative with stuff like that, and it's kind of died off around here. But when I saw that Steve-O still did it, and that's what he did in between while he was waiting on his song, thought that was so cool, and that people would be like, "Oh my God, Steve-O, do one for me, do one for me," and he would figure out like what they liked, and he would do it with that theme, and he would show it and say, "I'm going to put it in my garden." Y'all can go to his page. All I know him by is Steve-O, and he has a street sign, a blue sign, and I can't remember what the number is, but it's just STEEVO, and it's a blue like highway sign is his profile picture, always has been. Um, and he on his page it shows all of his rocks and it shows their names. I think Sub Zero has one if you're still in here. Um, but it's so cool, and he's such a sweet guy. Um, and he's done so many people. Somebody in here I know has one. Sunshine, you might. Trying to think of some of y'all that I've seen in karaoke pages before. Oh, it's a good omen. Pure light. See, my like spirit animal is deer. Their deer is a deer, whatever. However, I need to say it. I'm not good with that stuff right now. Anyway, my grammar tonight is not the best. So we do see actually a lot of deer where I'm at, and every time I see them, for some reason they travel, in groups of usually threes around here. My daughter, she'll catch them on camera, and a lot of times I'll just see them walking across. But I caught them by our swimming pool one time. Like it was gonna drink out of the pool, and I was like, "Oh my God, I hope it doesn't make them sick." But we see a lot of them, and whenever I see them, I just feel like a sense of peacefulness. Like I can definitely tell a connection. And my oldest daughter, their spirit animal is a spotter, and it's weird that a spotter would be their spirit animal, although it kind of fits in a way. It's just really weird. And I have a lady I used to work with a long time ago. I need to look her up too. Speaking of like reconnecting with people from your past, that she had a necklace and she had these really pretty beads that someone had hand carved of different people, different spirit animals. And she had like buffalo, deer, spotters, um, rabbit, just different animals, and they were all like carved out of like I don't know something just really cool, some kind of cool beads. And she had this long necklace of all the spirit animals, and I thought it was so pretty. I don't know what that has to do with anything other than I guess just getting on that topic. Rocks. Now I'm on to necklaces and whatever. But um I do definitely need to take a picture of some of the ones I found and kept, even though that was against the rules. um I need to I need to at least show them off to other people. They're on display in my house, but not that many people come and check them out. Is is it you, Sunshine? Do you know who Steve-O is that comes on? I know if Sub Zero is still here, they know. I think they have a rock actually, and Tashi might know if she's still here. But I want to say you were. I want to say Sunshine. You know who I'm talking about. But his name is Steve-O. I just don't. I can't think of what his channel is called. But I need to look with my phone. Duh. I don't know why I'm not doing that. He will literally be painting you a rock if you ask him to, and he kind of knows you or whatever from a chat. and he finds out like whatever your thing is, whatever you love. Like he might paint, and I've seen him paint some beautiful ones. Some of them are very just simple, like mine, ocean themed, and it's got undercover mermaid. Because some people are like constantly asking him for them, and I think he feels pressured sometimes. But some of the ones he gets to take time on, like I could see him definitely painting like a beautiful dream catcher and putting like Mel X under it. I have one with a dream catcher that someone painted here locally, and it's very pretty. I have a lot with beach themes. I have a mermaid one. Oh, when somebody hit it and put the clue out, me, all hands on deck. Got me, my kids. At the time, I still had my nephew. Like I got everybody. We got in the car. I was like, we are finding that rock. That rock is supposed to be mine. And so I think Steve-O had already been doing some ocean themed ones, and that's why he didn't do a mermaid. But he either did a whale or a dolphin. I'm not sure, but it's in his garden on his channel. I'm fixing to look right now because he just has a small channel, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind the channel traffic for y'all to come through and sub him up or just come through and check it out. Because he has some videos where he's put them. I think he's put them on like a trampoline or put them up high where he can get his phone and show, and then he shows where he put them in the little garden. I'm so not good at looking up who I'm subscribed to. Let's see. I know his channel is just kind of based on his name, so, or I thought it was. Let me scroll through. I'm subscribed to so many. I need to go through. There's some people I haven't watched in forever, or maybe even ever, and I just was like, yeah, sub me up and I'll sub you up, and it's been like 8 years ago. Because I've had a channel for a long time. I just never did anything much with it. I did some tarot at first. It's just under Steve-O, all caps, Steevo, and it's got like a highway sign, an interstate sign, and it's blue, like a little shield, and it's got an S. So that's the profile picture. It's just a blue highway sign or interstate sign with an S, and it says Stevo in all caps, Steevo. That's the channel. And at Stevo552. He has 321 subscribers. But he does a lot of stuff. He shows some of his gardening, like he has some roses. Um, but most of it is his rocks. And you'll probably see some familiar names because most of them are people he's met doing karaoke. So that's a cool thing that he does. Oh, okay, Mary Jane Doe. That makes sense with you, with the deer. Always. She'll always come and excitingly tell me because she knows it makes me feel positive and usually something good and or just peacefulness happens when my spirit animal is around. So I think it's really cool to do the research and to find that out. Um, if you have that in your background, you can definitely find something to latch onto that means something to you. They named it Wakin Jill, meaning return of sacred. Okay. He did you a rock, didn't he, Sunshine? I don't know why. I was thinking he did. I want to say I saw your rock. You've probably seen mine too. But yeah, he's on pretty much any karaoke channel. Whoever was asking me about Upchurch earlier, um, I watch a karaoke channel, Creek. Um, I don't think it's called. I think it's just called Creek, like karaoke. But he, of course, is naming himself after like Creek Squad. Um, and he's just the sweetest, like country boy. Me being from Alabama, definitely, identify with him and our accents and stuff. He does a lot more country music with his karaoke than I do. I don't do a lot of country, but he's a big fan, and he can do a lot. He covers a lot of church songs, and he does a really really good job. Yeah, that's what I was telling him, Sunshine. Does he have your rock? Didn't he do you one? Yeah, he did. I just now shared his page name. I need to type it in. I'm so not good with stuff that like that. But he he doesn't have a ton of subscribers, but he has like his pets on there. He has a little dog, a lot of his gardening stuff. But then he has his rock garden, and that's just the coolest to me. Something that he found that he could do in between songs, and that he could show, I've made all these friends just doing this. Let me see if I can share it. Copy link with my phone on here. And that way y'all can go over and check it out and subscribe if you want to. There it is. Let's see if it pops up. There you go. That is the link to Steve-O's channel. And he paints rocks, and he might paint you one if you end up in the same place with him. Like I said, most of the time I've seen him in many, many karaoke channels. He goes on Dazed Campfire Karaoke, and she does a Bible study, and she does her campfire karaoke. Then on Creeks and Tattooed Angels. I'm trying to think, there are so many people that do it. Um, so many people. Almost every night of the week, there's somebody that does karaoke. I don't go on all of them, but I do kind of, I guess, circle back around to Dazed. That's where I started in July of last year. I think it was last year when I very first started, and I've done 139 songs between those channels, between her and then Tattooed Angel and then Creek and then my own channel. And I've kept the list. So, but yeah, there's the link to his channel. Y'all go over, subscribe to him, or just go over and check it out. Um, and to me, it's so nice of him. He's just a super guy anyway. Oh, you don't have one? I don't know why I was thinking there must be someone else named Sunshine, because he does have one painted, and it's painted like a sun. It's yellow, and I think he has it painted like with red. He has like the sunburst, and it says Sunshine on it. But I'm sure there's people like other other people with Sunshine. I know there's a ton of mermaid people. They just might have something slightly different with their name. Was he supposed to? I swear I saw one in his little garden. So if he was supposed to, he did one, or there's another Sunshine, or but he is a good guy. He's a little older guy. I think. No, it keeps falling over here. I think he started doing it with like his grandkids, and he realized that was something that he enjoyed doing too. Oh, and I should have done this earlier. I don't know if she's still on here. I'm going to share a link to Tashi's page. She now has her channel going, and she's gone live, I think, 2 or 3 times. I've missed it when I was sick, and I felt horrible, and I went back and watched the replays. But y'all need to go check it out. She's posted some of her art that she's done in the past, and then she's done some art while live on there in the last couple of weeks. And she's building her channel. She's got 49. Somebody go over there and be 50. But Mermaid approved. Big part of my show. She's been on here and been up here and been my co-host when I've needed it before and been terrified up here by myself. She's been up here and saved me before. She's a good friend. Right there is her link. And y'all go and check out Steve-O and check out, I'm going to give him a star so that y'all can find him in the chat. But yeah, I've been meaning to do that. And if any of the rest of you guys have one you want me to share, a page that I just don't know about for some reason, I'll be happy to. But yeah, go support Tashi. I'm sure I know a few of y'all already. Y'all are in the same chats, and y'all already probably are over there with Tashi. But if you're not, go sub up. Somebody take that number 50. I looked at it today and was like, dang, 49. If I had a different account, you know, some people have like 50 accounts. I just have the same one I've had forever. I would go sub up just to be 50 because I want her to be at 50. But one of you guys do it. One of y'all be 50 for her. Because she might have, our hours are so different. I need to look and see what time it is. I said I wasn't going to stay on here late. It's 1:01 here. So I'm trying to think. If it's 1:01 a.m. here, it's probably like 3 p.m. there. So she might be at work or something, or I don't know. But I think she had a live a couple of nights ago. So she goes live, or I know she's gone live 2 or 3 times. And then she's posted a lot of her artwork. She's super talented, hidden talent. She did not share that with me when I first knew her. Other people probably knew, and I just didn't. But you will be like, wow, I did not know that. I've been, talking to Tashi in chat forever and joking around, and I had no idea she was like a phenomenal artist, but she is. She will surprise you. There's stuff you never know about her that you will learn. And I love her accent. But 5 of y'all have hung in. I think the highest number I've gotten on here tonight's 9. But that's cool. I've had a small and peaceful group. Yes. Peaceful. So happy. And I just didn't drop the link because most of y'all aren't big panel people, but I would have happily if you wanted to. But yeah, it's just been quiet. It's just been me on here just running my mouth mostly, and y'all pumping me up saying, do it, do it, do it, so I can come back and tell y'all how the Wade story goes. Like I said, my daughter said, I want to know now how it finishes. I want to know if that's really his number and if he answers or wife answers or if we end up hitting a dead end or, whatever. But I think I'm going to do it tomorrow, honestly, or technically today, Sunday. So it should be off work if he's working. Oh, you have another sunshine? Or there is another sunshine. Okay. You have a sun and the other doesn't. Oh, on your name. Okay. Yeah, this one, it's on his page. If you go over to his page, you'll see there's one, and I think it's a yellow rock. I think he just painted it completely yellow and put sunshine in red, if I'm not mistaken. I know I have a rock with a sunshine. I need to share mine. I will. Hey, Lane. Lane. I'm gonna get my daughter to remind me because I suck at remembering, like, short term memory. Suddenly, I don't remember like I used um, to take a picture, and I'm gonna be promising y'all on here and then not do it. But I have a beautiful sunset rock that somebody hid, and I followed the clues, and we went and found it, and it is so pretty. I got a lot of really pretty sunset um, and landscape top ones that people have hidden. Oh, okay. I know how that can be, sunshine. I my mom was in her late 70s, and she started forgetting everything, even me, my daughters, which was her granddaughters, and even though she was healthy physically, that started changing, but it started mentally first, and it was quick, and it was very overwhelming, and um, yours may be a totally different situation, but when you have to do that, and that's an honorable thing to do if you're able, um, it's hard. It takes a lot of time, and you should, if you can, and if that relationship, if you're able to, with distance and with, how things have been in the past and brothers and sisters and all the stuff you got going on with family dynamics, if you can do that, that's a wonderful thing to give back to those who, they gave us life. They created, us and took care of us. And if we can do the same. And I didn't get to do that for very long, but um, I'm glad we got to spend the time we did. And she got to be around the kids, and, you know, with them being little girls, she, bought the bows for their hair and dressed them up, and, you know, the little kid things. She's missing out on the teenage things, but she was there for the little kid things and the, oh crap, how do I do this? I'm a first time mom, and I'm going to have to give them their first bath, and I'm scared. What if I, mess up? All those phone calls that, you make to your mom, if you can, if you're lucky enough, to have your mom or your mother in law or whoever, your sister or somebody to call and be like, I'm scared. I'm a first time mom and I'm scared. What do I do? All the things that moms do. My youngest daughter, honest to God, if I had to say right now, who's your best friend? Both of my daughters are my friends, but I'm more alike with my younger daughter. We have a lot more in common as far as like we watch the same kind of movies. We like similar music, not exactly the same, but we have kind of the same temperament, kind of, but she's more logical, and she helps give me confidence as well. Like she's the one saying, "Go ahead," like Toshi was earlier. Message him, do it, do it, do it. She wants me to see this through. She wants to see where the story takes us. My other daughter, she can get crunk up like me and start rambling, and she is very creative, and she's a writer. Just like I said the other day while I was sick, all of a sudden I decided to break out, and write poetry again. And I haven't written in a long ass time. And I wrote what I think is a beautiful poem about Wade from back in the day. Um, I wrote it about like from today's perspective, a kind of I wonder if, or I wonder whatever. And I was gonna read it on here, but I also am kind of, I did that like one time. I brought all my journals that I found that are old on here, and I read some of them, and some of them were boring. Honestly, that I thought were good. Other people were just like, and okay, I thought you were gonna bring some juicy gossipy, journals out, but I wrote what I thought was a good poem, and I may end up posting it on here and just not like put my name, and y'all just be like, oh, well, that's just a cool, like, unknown, author unknown, and forget that I wrote it. I was gonna do that the other day, and then I was like, I don't know. People might start saying like, "Who wrote this? It sucks," or whatever. But I think it's good. It made me feel good, and back then, back in the actual day when we were friends and I was 19, I had a journal all the time, and I wrote almost every day. And so I have a lot of poems I wrote back then about him. I just have not written in a long, long time. And for whatever reason, while I was sick, I decided I'm going to sit up and write a poem about him. And I did. And I've dedicated songs to him on here. So, y'all, I do need to find out. Honestly, for my sanity and for y'all's sanity, I need to find out how the story, how it ends or how it continues. Who knows? I might be on here next week being like, oh my God, we had the best conversation. I'm going to get to see him. I got him to shave off his beard, and he is just as hot. Tashi, ooh, I'm fixing to email you a picture of his neck tattoo. Like, who knows how this is going to end? Me and my craziness. And as I get older, that is one thing that YouTube can be, if you want it to be, if you allow it to be, is it can be fun and it can be funny and you can meet good people. It also can be serious if you need to talk to somebody and you find, someone who ends up being a good YouTube friend, or like Katie, I call my YouTube mom. Um, you know, I laugh and say, I challenge you, because Katie is the only person who's ever used my Cash App. I don't know why it's not on here tonight, but I got my daughter. She kind of has made my page for me because I don't know how to do anything, but it usually is scrolling across the bottom. But she sent me some money, and just a little bit of money, because it's like when I do songs, it was like at first I was like, put it, request a song, like it can be a goofy song, whatever, it can make me look stupid, it can be your favorite song, whatever, and you know send $2 and whatever, and that would be like a little little side hustle way to make some extra money and do what I love to do, which is sing. As a single mom, you're always looking for, ways to do stuff like that. And so I call Katie my YouTube mom, not because of that, but because she does check in on me all the time and make sure. She knows I'm like very sensitive. She also knows I'm a single mom and we're always struggling with something, whether it's emotional or being sick or who knows what, always something. And it can be just something funny too. She might send me a funny meme, or good morning with a coffee cup, or whatever. She checks in on me. So since I don't have a mom, I call her my YouTube mom. And I always laugh and say she's the only one that's ever used it. And so I challenge somebody to take her crown of the Cash App um, thing, because she's the only one. She sent me some lunch money. And that's been a while back. It's not something she did recently even. It's funny that my oldest daughter is the one. She does a lot of technology stuff. She made me like the cool little purple banner that goes across the bottom when I was doing changing my colors and my avatar. My avatar is even different tonight. My youngest is the one who set me up tonight, so it's got my old avatar instead of my other one with the blonde hair, or blonde purple. My purple was growing out. It had been purple and it was growing out of my blonde hair. But yeah, I just now noticed that my other one has Undercover Mermaid. It has the purple banner, the purple Cash App banner, and it has my picture with my like mermaid hair. But anyway, I literally just looked and noticed that. That's so crazy. I've been on here for almost 4 hours and just noticed it. She gets up at 4 in the morning. Yeah, so your sleep schedule is all crazy. Oh, I hate that. the stories that never happen. But if it's making her happy to tell them, then that's cool. You can kind of be excited and kind of think of it like as a movie. It is sad, but it's one of those things. Like for a while, I worked in a nursing home as a social worker, and there were people that would have baby dolls, and they would introduce you to their baby and tell you all about it, and they would be so happy, and it was just the right thing to do, to cooperate and to go along with it and to enjoy that with them, than to argue with them and say, that is not your kid. That's a baby doll. Don't be ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? So listening to those stories, I'm sure it's hard sometimes, but I'm sure sometimes as she's telling them, if they're good stories, I'm sure watching her face and, you know, I'm sure that that's something at least it can make you smile. I watched that movie, Sunshine. My daughter and I watched that movie together. That's a good movie. Oh, that's a cool idea. So old pictures. That's one thing I hate. There's so many things I didn't get from my mom's house. Um, and one is there was an old photo album that was like construction paper, like the black construction paper, and like the old black and white photos that almost have like that sepia tone, the brown look to them, and it has like the little edges that tuck in to the construction paper, and it's literally like tied together with yarn that someone in my family made, and they're old, and I would not know hardly anybody. Maybe my great grandmother I might could recognize in the picture, but I probably wouldn't know any of the other people. But it was so cool to me to look at those pictures, and my great grandmother, when she was, when I was too little, I was running around acting crazy. But if I was my age that I am now, I would have loved to have paid attention and listened to more of those stories. Like I was talking to Mel earlier about, I do have some Native American heritage. And so I would have loved to really listen to, I called her my Mama Wilson. Um, I would have loved to have listened to more stories from her. She was a twin as well. And so, and they lived across the street from each other their whole life. So even as an adult, they they were always together, always. That's a cool thing too. But she had a lot of really, really cool pictures that she had put in this album, and I wish I had that album. And then my daughter and I, just another fun fact here, since I'm telling all these, I'm all over the place tonight, but we watch movies together, and just like my songs that I keep the list of all the songs I've ever done on here, either on my channel or on the other three channels I was talking about. Um, we have a list of movies and TV show series that we've watched. And I want to say we were at 300 that we've watched together in the last couple of years. So, like 90210, I went back to like my youth, which shows that were popular when I was a kid, and we've watched some of those together, and then new movies especially. So we have watched book club, and then like movies that were popular when I was a kid, like Lost Boys, 13 Going on 30, Pretty in Pink. That's my favorite movie ever. I'm not girly girl, and pink is not my favorite color, but that movie is the best movie ever, 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 ever. That is the way to get to my heart right there. I love that movie. I love the song. Luckily, I got to go see the Psychedelic Furs in concert, and not many people went. It was very empty, like pit where you stood to watch them. So I got to stand right in front of Richard Butler. I got one of his guitar picks. Just the best night getting to hear the soundtrack, some of the songs from that movie, and just get to dance. It was so fun. And that's a concert that is really weird and stands out on my list of concerts I've been to. When you're reading them and you're like Tom Petty, Kiss, Psychedelic Furs, like it goes all over the place. And I still have a lot of stories, and I know y'all are like, quit teasing us with that. I do have a lot of stories I got to share with y'all. Tonight was just, I've got to try to get back on here, and I know I'm going to be doing this by myself, and I keep talking myself out of it. And I have been sick, but also I've been talking myself out of it because it's hard for me. It's so much easier for me and fun for me when I have a co host. And I don't know. I put on here no drama will be tolerated because I've seen just some really unnecessary drama watching from the bushes, just watching some channels that I used to be, a part of, and just my mouth falling open, just like, why such meanness and anger unnecessarily? Why did it turn into this? Because it didn't used to be this way. Hello, El Picasso. What is up? See, that's the right thing. I think that's the right thing to do. Sunshine, as they say, people going through that are pleasantly confused. And as long as they are pleasantly confused, allow that for them. Now, my grandfather, he was like that, and then it kind of turned, and he had sundowners, and he would get really like crunk up at night, and he would be pacing, and he would fall, and things like that. And he was super healthy, like he would run. But he would get to the point where he would get agitated and he would start talking about like his war stories and things like that. And we would have to redirect him or it would become dangerous. So I think it just depends. Oh, cool. That is so cool, Sunshine. That's what we were just talking about, the rocks, but I know what you're talking about, like the geodes, the drusies, the crystals. That's cool. I have a few of those myself from when I did tarot. I did collect a few, and then my daughter, she was interested in them briefly, and so she has some. Um, she has a little small collection. That's really cool. Okay, Apache. I don't know if Mel's still around. That was talking about lives on a reservation. Well, you were here. I think were you the one? I can't scroll back. I'm not good at that either. I always end up like turning the whole thing off. You were the one that told us about the buffalo. So she could probably tell you the whole thing. Okay. She could probably tell you the whole thing about why they named it that. I know they said it's a sign of good luck or good things to come, but like the name you said. What is on your reservation, Mel? What is your like your tribe? Sunshine was saying her great grandmother, Apache. I know one cool thing about there's not a lot of cool things about Alabama. There's not a lot to do here, but one thing a lot of people do come here and dig and hunt for are arrowheads. We do have a lot of cool arrowheads that I've seen people find here. Um, we have what's called the Bankhead National Forest, and a lot of like natural waterfalls and things. You have to do a lot of hiking and stuff that I'm not. I should have done when I was younger. Let's just say I wish I could do now. But a lot of people have found some really cool stuff out in that national forest area. Has a lot of good looking women. Um, yeah, there's. I mean, I think there are some beautiful women everywhere, but yeah, a lot of southern grown women. And I don't know if y'all have seen, but on the beach, which I don't live near the beach, I wish I did, but Orange Beach, which like Gulf Shores, Alabama, they've had sharks and a shark attack in the last probably 3 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks ago. Not something that's super common. And now suddenly and I kind of put Sandbar because to be funny, like a bar, like, on the weekends hanging out at the bar, a sandbar, the mermaid. But also, a lot of the sharks are coming up on super shallow water, which is kind of rare around here anyway. And they're coming up like to the sandbar where they're barely covered. And that's, where you have your little kids standing out there, it's super scary. And there was like a preteen that did get bit. Um, and she made it, but she is, I think, still in the hospital. So it was a very serious attack, and now they're everywhere. So you've been seeing more and more on the news. They're putting more double flags out and telling people to stay out of the water for right now. And I don't know what's going on, like what happened all of a sudden to make them. I've been doing that a little bit more lately, Sunshine, just because you know, I don't want to get in the crossfire of some of this unnecessary crap. Oh, you went on the battleship there. Cool. You have sharks on the Mississippi now. Um, I saw a picture yesterday of a crocodile that washed up, which is weird for like the beach. That's more what we see in New Orleans and the bayou versus you see in the shallow of the Gulf. But yeah, that's crazy. You have sharks on the Mississippi, and we're seeing more alligators or crocodiles, coming up. We know they're there, but we don't see them half as much as you do, in certain parts of more swampy parts of Florida and definitely like in Louisiana. But we're seeing them now in the Gulf, like you're saying, where y'all are seeing sharks. So are you like in like Biloxi area? I'm guessing. I think I would butcher saying that name, Mel. Mama, and hang on, Mimiqua First Nations. I know that ain't right. Me Kim Ok. Mim. I know I can't say it right. Makamak. I don't know. Maybe Makamak or Mikamok. Mikamok sounds right, but I could be so wrong about that. First Nations. I need to look that up. I love, love, love. Like I said, that's something I'm very, very proud of. I love learning more and more about that. You're in Missouri. Okay. Yep. I'm trying to think. Missouri. Where is Branson? My grandparents back in the day. My grandparents loved to go to Branson, Missouri. They would go see. They would always say, "I'm going to see the shows." So in Branson, Missouri, they must have like a lot of like kind of country music or square dance top. I don't know. It seemed like that's what they were kind of going when they would say, "I'm going to see the shows." They would go see shows that were kind of like that, and it was very geared toward older people. They would have. I actually worked at a bus company briefly, and we did a lot of buses that we would book for large groups of older people that would go visit up there. We did buses for casino runs where people would go, huge groups of people would go to the casinos. And we actually did motor coaches as well for like singers. Um, I did, uh, and sports teams. We did the Atlanta Braves, the group Chicago Doobie Brothers, Snoop Dogg, Lauren Hill, Squirrel Nut Zippers, Huey Lewis and the News. Just kind of random. I know you're like, dang, girl, that's all over the place. But yeah, we would do their motor coaches. We would get them ready for tour, and they would tell us like what to stock them with. And we would have a driver, all of that. We would know, how long this leg of the tour was going to be, how long they were going to need it for, and then they would put a wrap, the little shrink wrap stuff they're putting on cars now with like the logo, and they would put that on the side. Some of them would not want that; they would want to keep it, kind of incognito. But some of them would want the shrink wrap, like the Braves. They would want, theirs done, and so there was always stuff going on. I was on the phone all the time, all over the place. That's where my all over the place personality, would come in handy at work. Is I could flip from taking a casino reservation or a school field trip group to Million Jones Productions doing Lauren Hill or Snoop Dogg's bus. Oh, I said it right the last version. And see, now I probably can't remember how I said it. Branson is in Missouri. It has 80% of the population. But yep, that's where they would go. Branson, Missouri. I just remember I'm talking all the time about it. That's every year. That's where they would go on their vacation. You're on the Mississippi River side on the other side. Okay. See, I haven't traveled much. It's crazy. I've traveled out of the country, like to Mexico, Bahamas, like Caribbean type stuff. But I've not ever gotten to go anywhere further up north than North Carolina. So, I mean, technically, I've stayed in the South. I've not really ventured or had the luxury of getting to venture very much further. And then the other way, the west way, the furthest I've been is Louisiana. Um, I've never even gotten into Texas, which I've wanted to. I've gotten to kind of the line, Arkansas, but I've not gotten all the way into Texas. So that's something I would love to do is to go a little bit further west and to also go up north, like when I was younger, I used to love lighthouses. And I always tell Katie, I'm jealous. I want to see all the lighthouses up her way. It's super boring there. Hey, I think I would be too, just based on what they were telling me they were going to see, these shows that they were going to see, they don't sound like something I would want to see. But I kind of get the vibe that it's like Gatlinburg or Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. There's a lot of older people that go see, like, they're kind of like comedy or country themed kind of shows. And I don't know, they're not my thing, but I know they make a killing, you know, doing stuff like that. Was it Mackinac? Is that how I said it? Dolly Parton shows in Tennessee and South Carolina. Yeah, they have Dollywood, the big, theme park. Tons of stuff like that. That I've gone to some over the years in Tennessee, but I've never went to Branson. They always traveled up there, and then I did a lot of, like I said, I booked a lot of bus tours to go up there. I just never went. A lot of Elvis. Yeah. There's a dude that's from here, and he's won a ton of competitions um, to be like an Elvis impersonator. He's been a like world champion. Like he's been in several competitions. Like that's how he makes his entire like living. He supports himself, his wife, and his kid to go through college by being an Elvis impersonator. But if you saw this guy, like he was born to do it. If I was his mom and he didn't do it, I would be mad at him. I know that sounds horrible of me, but he was born with identical features. I mean, he he looks so much like him that I mean, it's a good thing he knows how to sing because if he didn't, it would be a damn shame because he looks, I mean, born to be that and so good at it that he's won a lot of competitions and a lot of people hire him to perform. A lot of people hire him to perform at nursing homes. And I actually, when I was working as a social worker at our nursing home, I hired him to do the Christmas party. And he came and brought scarves and he would come put them around the little ladies' necks as he sang the song and they were just loving it. I mean, they thought this was the real deal. He had on the rhinestone jumpsuit and the glasses with the lightning bolt on the side and the TCB. Like he goes all out. And like I said, it's helped him over the years putting his kid through college. Like he makes some money doing it. Missouri is south and north. Yeah. See, so I've never been there. So I guess I haven't explored the full south yet. And isn't it kind of like they do West Virginia and like North Carolina? Like there's some places that they kind of are like, it is north, but it's south, kind of. Okay, hang on, let me get my phone. I'm going to save that, Mel, so that I can. I wonder if it'll let me do that way. No, it won't. Let me pin it. There we go. And then I can click on it. This is the year your kid thrives. Oh, how to pronounce it. Look at Mel taking care of me here. Mi'kmaq. Okay. I'm keeping that because I need that. Mi'kmaq. Mi'kmaq. That I've never heard, but I need to look that up. And then it was First Nations, right? Mi'kmaq, First Nations. Yeah, Mi'kmaq. I saved it so that I won't forget maybe. And then at the end of it earlier, you said it was Mi'kmaq First Nations. See here in Alabama, um, most, and I don't want to say all, because I have a lot to learn, but most of the stories and most of the heritage that's tied back to us is Creek and Cherokee. A lot more as far as my family I've learned about is Creek Indian. You see, the thing is though, you don't think about it as either. Yeah, and here in Alabama, older people, and like I said, I worked with older people for a while. So I heard about it all the time. I heard about Branson, Missouri more honestly than I did about Florida. And you'd be shocked, because that you hear about the whole snowbird and everybody, all the older people go to Florida in the winter, and then in the summer they rent out their condos to the tourist and make lots of money, and they go to places like Branson and whatever. But um, my grandparents, I know they never left town. They never went on vacation ever, but that's the one place they would go. That's the only place. They never went to the beach, never went to the mountains, but they'd be up for a trip to go to Branson, Missouri. Oh, in Louisiana they call you a Yankee. That's funny. Do you have what, or do you consider yourself to have an accent? The old people, capital of the world. Yep, I believe it. Like I said, I also booked so many buses. I mean, huge bus loads of people going up there for the shows. That's what they just they all. That's what they would just say. The shows. You don't have an accent. See, I always say that I don't. I don't feel like I have a super like strong Southern accent, but I do. When I play myself back, um, not necessarily when I sing, but when I just record myself, like if my kid accidentally records me and we're laughing, or they accidentally hit record and they're like, crap, let me back it up. You didn't know I'd already hit record, mom, before like she's recording me, like doing a song. And I'm talking right before, and we're not coordinated on hitting record yet. And she plays it back. I'm like, oh, and I'm cringing at how southern like I sound. Very, very much so. Oh, that's cool. See, that's something I've never heard. I've heard you. And that's why I guess I was bringing up the whole Dreamcatcher thing earlier. I've heard you talk about your reservation and like some of the beautiful spots that you have where it's located, like the natural sites that you have that you can see, just like looking outside's like a painting, like beautiful. Um, it's so weird, for us here, down south, to hear about when you think of Canada, thinking of, you know, of so much like Native American history. You don't, you don't realize it. I guess because for us, your immediate thought is the whole stereotypical, oh, it's cold up there. Um, you know, people love hockey. Um, the Northern Lights. I mean, just your whole, every stereotypical thing in the world you can think, that's your first thoughts. You don't, think about anything like this, which I'm glad you put this on here tonight. That way um, I can go back and remember to check that out. You probably would, El Picasso. Um, I have a friend that she lived up north only until she was like 3, but she goes home and visits her dad, who's remarried now and stuff. And I think they're in Michigan, and she's, down here in Alabama, and she sounds just like I do, but there are certain words that she sounds super, super Yankee or Northern or whatever you want to say. And then there's people on here, a lot of people like from, you know, up north from me that you would think would have a super thick, Northern accent, and they don't at all. And others do, but I, I've started thinking about it like Rose, to me, she doesn't really. I don't pick up on it anyway, but I know a lot of people do. And like my friends, like that one word, I can't even think of what it is now, but whatever it is, she has, maybe there's a couple of them. Whenever she says it, I just look at her and smile, and she's like, "What?" And she doesn't realize it. She can't hear it, but I can. You live 30 minutes from the lady. They're saying redneck woman. Who knows? Where I live is definitely redneckville. I don't know how many famous people we have that came from here. We have a couple, but Lord, I don't know. I'm not much of a songwriter, but I love to sing. It makes me happy to sing, and it makes me happy to sing songs for people. Like Sub Zero was on here earlier. They used to always be in the audience when I would be singing at Tattooed Angels, I think. Yeah. And they would always ask me to sing certain songs. And there's one literally have it in my phone, and I have their name and the song. And I've been waiting to see them pop up in my chat again so I could tell them I was going to sing it or be on Tattooed Angels or Dazed or somebody's singing already and see their name and be like, oh, I'm going to sing that song for them. So I am going to sing it next and make sure I'm going to tag their name in it. So now they know to look for it. And I'll just post it on here because I never know. I don't go on there and sing as much as I used to. I just put it on here. I am going to go to Creek's. I don't know if his is Sunday or Tuesday. I have to look out for his because he switches it up. I think he has a birthday celebration, and I definitely want to go sing a song at least. That sounds beautiful, Mel. Because you know me, I love water, and you can't get. I mean, you got both best of both worlds right there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, El Picasso. Like even like Michigan, um, just certain words, like kind of like a Jersey accent, is so distinct. It's not like super different. It's just certain words. I don't know, just certain words the way they pronounce it. Like the word for her, one of them is the word roll. Like a roll. I'm gonna eat a roll. Like either a cornbread muffin or a roll, or I'm gonna do a flip and a forward roll. She says the word roll different. I can't even say it like the way she says it. But in my mind, I can hear her right now saying it. But if I try to say it, it's never gonna sound the same. I don't know. It's weird. It's just there's like certain words, and then her grandmother. Yeah, her grandmother works there, and hers was super super thick because Like she lived there for 40 years before she moved down here. So she has a very northern accent. Um, hers is just night and day from our little super southern accent here. Yeah, Jersey is to me very distinct. I love it though. Love it, love it, love it. Like I love Katie's accent. I love if she and instead of sending me like a topped out message, if she's like I said, she's my YouTube mom, she checks on me. She may just send me a meme that says like good morning, or she might one time she sang me a song, like just a quick little song, and she sent the recording of it and I was playing it and my daughter heard it. She's like, "Who is that?" And I was like, "It's somebody I know from YouTube." Which nothing ceases to amaze them, They were just like, "Okay, whatever," they roll with it. But they know now I call Katie my YouTube mom. But I love it. I could play it back a million times because it's so cute. I would love her accent. But yeah, so you, El Picasso, you say roll. Like, I just ate a roll and a cornbread muffin, or I can do a cartwheel and a forward roll. The way she says it is different. I don't know how, like I said, when you start really thinking about it, it messes you up. Like, you don't know how to explain it. But I'm guessing you know what you know what I'm talking about. I noticed one thing because I watch a Canadian YouTuber, and one thing I noticed that he says is my guy a lot. Like when he's talking about somebody, like we would say, yeah, that's my bro, that's my friend. They say, my guy. Well, they'll also say it if they're mad. Like, listen here, my guy. And we're like, listen here, bro. Yeah, I can totally identify with that of Picasso. Um, One time I asked an older person how they were doing, and they said fair to Midland, and I was like, "What?" And they said fair to Midland, and I was still like, "What?" And they had to explain to me that that meant like fair. I'm doing okay, like in the middle, not bad, not good, fair to Midland. I would have never guessed to put that together in a whatever. But yeah, fair to Midland. And there's another word I'm trying to think that's really weird that people say around here that's so common. I say y'all all the time. That's usually what I say if I come into a chat is hey y'all and I put a mermaid. But yep, fair to Midland. I'll never ever forget that one. There's a bunch if I really would think hard about it because I've been around a lot of older people that they say for sure. But I like the way that one person. I'm fixing to have to get off here because my cord keeps coming out of my computer and it makes my battery die faster. But I like the way he says my guy. That would be interesting to see because I don't know, my brain is wired different, but when I think of like a Native American, I guess culture being here in the South versus being in Canada, like if there is a language difference, it also being different, like on a reservation. I don't know. like to me, there's things that go through my brain and they make sense to me, but when I try to explain like, hey, you know what? I wonder if blah blah blah, I can't even explain it. And that must mean I'm getting tired and I do need to get off here because in my brain it makes total sense what I'm thinking. Like the comparison of the tribes that are from predominantly the South, Native Americans of the South versus in Canada or, you know, and I had never heard of the tribe that she spoke of. Now I have it where I can look up more information. But I'm sure there's so much different, you know, about it, not just, you know, names and things like that. I'm sure there's tons of different, you know, differences. But we all of us, no one is not guilty. Everyone's guilty of stereotyping in some way, shape, or form things that we don't understand or we don't know, or places we don't go. And I would love to go more places and learn more about everything. Um, there are some places I've gone to and traveled, and I'm like, it was fun. I can check it off my list, but not a place I want to just hang out or vacation at forever and ever. It is a vacation for a reason. I visited, came, saw, and left. But I can't honestly say that I love 100% love being from here. There's not a lot to do here. Once you've kind of done it, you've done it, and you know there's some history here, but there's just so much more that I would like to do and to see. And I've been just kind of stuck right over here in this one little corner. Other than, like I said, an occasional like vacation, which is like a Mexico, Bahamas, that type of vacation. I've not ventured up north or like west. Texas is on my list, and like I said, I got right to the line, but I never got all the way in. And that's when I was in Arkansas and when I've been in Louisiana. But that's the line right there as far as I've gone westward. And then north, it's so sad, but north about as far as I've gone is like North Carolina. And most people laugh and say, we don't even consider that north. Like, even though it's called North Carolina, like, we still consider that kind of south because of South Carolina being very, like, old school, traditional, like, Southern Belle top, whatever. Like, North Carolina being right beside it, and, like, West Virginia, you know, you have people, especially like football people, and here football is religion. And I hate football. I hate to say it, and I try not to say it much around here because people get so pissed. But I'm not a football person. I love hockey, which is weird because we have a hockey team here, but they have to literally like put down the ice over like just what's our regular concert venue, so that there's a stadium big enough for them um, to practice, to have games or whatever. And then, like, probably about an hour away, we have a better team that has their own, like, big arena. But I love, that's one thing. We don't have a lot of it in Alabama, but I love watching hockey. And I love basketball. I do not like baseball and I do not like football. And those are the two predominant sports that are here. So I'm a weirdo as far as that goes. I agree, El Paso about Illinois, Ohio. That's north. That's like true north to me. Mary Jane Doe. It's so south, in my opinion, from up here in New York. Yeah. I'm as south as you can get. Like, Bible Belt. They call it Dixieland, like South South. And it's one of the, and again, it's one of those came, saw, done. Like, there's a lot of history here and a lot of, cool things. But as far as things to do, especially for kids, that's why there are so many problems that you see and that you hear about, and jokes and things that are made about people from the South, is because there is a huge lack of things to do, and it is a very poor area, and hence there's not many things to do for kids. There's not like a lot of places to go or to hang out or anything like that. So they find themselves, at house parties. They find themselves getting into drugs, getting into all kinds of problems, and we don't have big concert venues. We have to travel. I have to go at least an hour, and that's just to see a halfway kind of okay band. Most of the time, I'm having to go to another state. I'm having to go to Atlanta, Georgia, or Nashville, Tennessee. I'm having to go that far to see somebody that I really want to see, because rarely are they going to be coming to Alabama. And if they do, maybe it will be Montgomery, which is our state capital, or Birmingham, just a few places. Otherwise, it's going to be out, like right outside of the state. We're going to have to go, 2 hours to Atlanta, or, you know, 2 or 3 hours to Nashville. When you talk to people from New York, you're like, settle down. Yep, it is very poor. Mississippi and Alabama. I bet if y'all are Branson, where all the shows are, I bet y'all have tons of venues. There's actually a group. Um, they're more like YouTube influencers, I guess you could say. That my youngest daughter follows, and I know they went to Missouri, and they talked about a venue that they went to, and they like did a meet and greet with their fans, and they were talking about it was a haunted hotel. It used to be a hotel, and it's now turned into some type of venue, and it they were talking about the history of it, and so it was kind of cool. I want to say it was in Branson. I could be wrong. You're 4 hours. St. Louis. Yeah, I bet there is a lot. You got the St. Louis Cardinals. You got lots of cool. You got the what's it called? The bridge. So you're right. You're in a nice city area. See, I'm in the not only am I in the country, redneck country, Alabama. I'm in the country. Like, I don't even live in the city. Hold on. I'm fixing to have to get off here. It's 2:02. Yep. My daughter is feeding the cats. And so she was asking me the time. So yeah, I need to get off here as well. I said I was gonna get off here at 12, and here I am still rattling on. But thank y'all. Y'all have been a small but a peaceful group. Thank you. You read the caption about the no drama will be tolerated. And it's good to see you, El Picasso. I've not ever seen you in here or anywhere, I don't think. So subscribe if you would like to. Um, I'm just hit and miss on when I come on, but I try to put it up in advance, at least like a day or several hours. And then I post a lot on my community page, and I post a lot of songs. So, oh, you've been here. Okay, cool. I may have missed out or not recognized. Sometimes I truly recognize people from their little profile circle versus their name. I know it's weird, but I've seen it for so long. People usually keep theirs for a while. Yeah, I'm glad you agree with me and you have seen how poor Alabama is. Um, I think I can't remember if it was Tashi. It was somebody who I was talking to, and I'm like, it's like a big hayfield. And she's like, the way you talk about it, I can see like tumbleweeds rolling down, a dirt road. And I was like, hey, it's not far from that. It's so sad that it's not even that glamorous. It's literally just hay. It's just tons of like farmland and just nothing. It's sad. And it is sad for our kids that they don't have more places to go do things, and that's how they end up in trouble. So, or part of it anyway. St. Louis is all about metal, blues, and rap. Well, I'm glad you came back. I like some metal, but not like death metal. My daughter's big metal. Mine is more, I guess, borderline grunge metal, like Alice in Chains kind of. And some people would argue like that's not really metal, but my ex was very Pantera, that kind of like a little heavier, and then my daughter is even more so what you would consider like death metal. I do enjoy the blues and jazz, like New Orleans style kind of music, because I do love Louisiana. I love New Orleans. Not as much of a rap unless it's old school rap, like back in the day rap, like when I was in elementary school, like what's it called? Break dance, like rap. New school, not so much. See, that's me, El Picasso. I love grunge music because that is when I was my happiest. That was the Wade time. That's when I was the happiest in my life, was around that time. My late teenage, early 20 years. Um, and I also like some pop, who doesn't love some Madonna? Growing up, I try to dress like her and be like her. Um, I don't know. If you look I'm all over the place. If you look at the stuff that I sing, I just sing what I love. Like I sing what I love, and also I sing what my voice will do. I'll never be able to hit a Mariah Carey, Celine Dion, any kind of note that high, or even some of the guys in the 80s and the hair bands, like God, Sebastian Bach, his voice. Love Skid Row. I've gotten to meet him and see him several times. He's amazing. But I will never, ever, ever be able to hit his notes. Um, but I love some hair metal bands, which argue they're not metal, but whatever. They're considered hair metal. Love me some hair metal. Love me some men with long hair. Um, and just classic rock, I guess, growing up, just hanging out with friends, smoking weed, like, listening to what, I mean, I guess you'd consider classic rock, Tom Petty, and then even like some Grateful Dead, Jimi Hendrix, which is more super classic rock, Stevie Nicks, the Doobie Brothers. I don't know. People like that. You sing Mariah Carey and clear out the bar. Yep. Classic rock, you know what is so sad is when I turn on classic rock and hear the Red Hot Chili Peppers or Guns N' Roses. I want to cry. I'm like, that is not classic rock. That is the music of my youth. Shut your mouth. It is not classic. it's classic now, but when I think of classic rock, I think of like back in the day when I was like young, like a kid young, like Leonard Skinner, like it's kind of borderline country classic rock, or even like Janis Joplin, like old. I don't think of that was just a few years ago. Red Hot Chili Peppers. I don't think of that as classic rock, but they put that on the radio as classic rock. Yep, Aerosmith. So, yep, it's true. Right there, you speak truth. Oh, and one more thing, because I keep saying I'm going to end, and I'm not. And one of my kids just went to bed, and I need to go in there and tell her good night because I don't sleep as well, and she doesn't. We don't sleep as well if we don't say good night. And she tried to come say good night, and I'm just like half. I need to be whole and not half into it. Um, oh, Creedence Clearwater Revival. Yep, same. I like a lot of different types of music. Um, what was I gonna say? Aerosmith. I don't even know. I don't know what I was fixing to say, but yeah, there is there's tons of music to be listened to in the world, and music does heal, in my opinion. You can be in a shitty mood, you can be sick, you can be a lot of things, and you can turn on music and it can change everything. You can be mad and need to get angry. So, music does heal. Let me end by saying that music does heal. Listen to some of my songs if you want to. I have a big variety. I try to go with what my voice will do, which is usually more of a hoarse, deep Madonna, Stevie Nicks, Courtney Love, that kind of thing, Cher. Um, but you'll see I've branched out and gotten creative and just sang what I loved, whether it sounded great or not. So, anyway, it has been nice talking to you, El Picasso, and I know you're listening, Mel, and probably you too, Tashi, maybe, or you'll play it back. And thank each of you for coming, and thank each of you most of all for behaving and not fighting with each other. See what a fun, like, it's a tiny group, but what a fun time you can have and learn from each other. And maybe next time we can put a link and some of y'all can come up and talk and all that jazz. You don't have to show your face. Um, you can, I don't know, we can learn from each other. We can have a good time. Yeah, you're well behaved. We can be adults. It doesn't have to be a blood sport. If you want to do that, there's tons of channels that you can debate. And I mean, there's channels where there's like 20 panels open and there's people screaming and I mean, all night long. All night long. So I encourage people, if you like to fight, please go find it. It's out there. Go fight. Just please don't come into like small channels that were intended to be something different and just destroy people for fun. It's wrong. It's sick. I can't watch it. I can't, and it's sad that I've had to leave groups that I loved or leave people that I don't get to see now because I have to be around that, and it literally can make you sick, just like music can heal. That can make you sick. So either way, stay healthy, stay around the well behaved, and try to enjoy yourself. I know it can't always be sunshine, it can't always be amazing. We can support each other during those times when it's not amazing. We don't have to be mean just for the sake of being mean. There's enough of that shit. Anyway, have a good Sunday or Monday, depending on where you're at. And thank y'all for coming. And those of y'all that replay, thanks for replaying and subscribing and all that good stuff. And for me now, I'm really going to try not to focus on numbers. It's going to be about quality, getting along, learning from each other, just having a good time versus having a big bunch of numbers in here or a big subscriber count and everyone being at each other's throats. That's not fun. Maybe it's fun for some, but not for me. Anyway, have a good night, guys. And thanks to my small little group. Y'all were fun. And if you're listening and you can't get back to the keyboard to say goodnight, I know you said goodnight in your head, and sweet dreams, or have a great start to your day wherever you are. Bye, guys. Next time.